Welcome everybody. Welcome to Fleet's Random Ramblings, where a random person, me, namely, will ramble, as I'm sure you're all no doubt aware. It is a thing that I do. It is something which can reliably be stated to exist. Ramblings, where me will ramble as a. There you are, you see. That's just the way it is. Oh, great, Meta's here. Wonderful. That means I'm going to have to listen to him ramble on about metal composition.
Is this thing on?
It is now, for what it's worth.
Oh, good. I've been fiddling with that for the last minute.
You still sound staticky as all hell, old man. Are you alright?
I'm depressed, aren't I?
Well, no, maybe, yes. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a man. Well, I am a man, but I'm not a man.
Okay, look, but that's besides the point. I've been watching a video about some guy that basically snuck into a security convention twice.
Oh, not this again.
What do you mean this again? This is the first time it's been brought up. Unless someone else has brought it up that I missed about. I don't know. Basically, Max Fosh faked it until he made it.
Meta, do you mind not deafening people, please? It'd be nice if you didn't.
You know, you can actually get in for free if you have a military service number.
Look,
It even requires just being in the reserves.
Yeah.
I know several people in the officer training corps who have done it.
Look,
I mean, true, but I doubt Max Fosh was in the officer training corps.
Now
At the
listen
same time,
here.
I don't know him too well.
look, we are having a bog
No.
standard ramblings, just normal ramblings with normal questions asked by normal
This
ramblings
is.
audience members. That's what we
This
got.
is.
That's all we got. That's
Okay, so have a listen, okay?
why.
Like Garden Chair said, yeah, people, as you said, people in the officers training corps, yeah, they probably sneak into security conventions. But Max
Well,
Fosh...
no, they don't
actually-
sneak, they just get in for free.
Yeah, I know, but Max Fosh wasn't in the officers training corps. He
Yeah, that's
had
true.
to
Yes,
sneak
but
in,
we
basically.
don't care about Max Fosh.
I do. He basically forged his own, like, lanyard, his own ID. He made so many cues that he was not supposed to be there. He literally called himself Rob Banks the first time and Nick Everything the second, and it was absolutely hilarious. He epitomizes just doing side quests in real life, and I live for that sort of stuff. At one point, he actually cooked a curry in an active volcano. They literally, I think they forgot like an aluminium dish. They basically emptied the monster, cut a hole in
Oh,
it, put the curry inside, and they just put it next to an
Meta.
olive floor.
Meta, what have you been smoking, and where can I get some? So have you heard of a train
Well,
being
you
a
can
movie
get
actor?
some-
Well, yes, there have been multiple locomotives that have starred in films.
On an active volcano without gas masks, as Scoot said, they forgot the gas masks. They also forgot the knife and fork, which is an absolute travesty.
Not really.
hang on, you can actually get into the International Security Expo in Olympia for free if you register your interest
You've said
in advance.
that. Ah!
No, in advance. Anyone can get in for free.
Really?
Yeah, go on their website. Anyway,
I'm gonna
have
check
fun,
it out.
lads. I just heard something interesting, but I need to eat. Apologies. Bye bye.
I see.
Alright, see you.
Well, no, it's obviously it's a stylized Japanese warship for Allied propaganda. It's not meant to be any particular class of Japanese capital ship.
He also had the legally shortest marriage at like 93 seconds. That's one I've not seen yet. That's what I'm gonna get to.
Meta, are you? Do you?
What? Spit it out. I don't have time for this stuttering.
Well, then bugger off then.
No, I'm here to entertain people, just like you are.
This is my show, and every time you show up to entertain people, the questions dry up, and everything just dies.
What do you mean the questions dry up?
You heard me. Also, Meta,
Oh,
your
wait,
mic
hang on.
quality is terrible.
That might be because I switched my charger on. Hold on. Just switched it off again.
Yeah, well, it's gone from terrible to I still hate it, but it's less terrible.
You hate me anyway.
I didn't pay you anything.
That's also true. I'm busy being impressed by Meta's amazing monologues. And I must be doing something wrong. Nothing about this is impressive.
Meta, just... Can we have some questions, please, so I can shut him up?
Well, that's right. I had a tab open that was basically the Arkham series of games, but in the
Meta,
Batman
I
animated
swear
series.
to God, I am going to...
The mere mention of Batman gets you in a tizzy, doesn't it?
No! The way you ramble on about everything. This is Fleet's random ramblings, not Meta's manic MacGuffins.
It's a pretty neat title, actually.
Oh great, he's gonna start his own bloody clip show.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying it's a pretty neat title. The U.S. Coast Guard Hind. Still in service? Does that still exist in like a museum anywhere?
It was a thing for a very, very...
Women in Berlin!
Very long or short period of time? You cut out.
Yes, I cut out it for a particular reason. Definitely, totally.
Because you don't know.
No, that's not what... Meta, I swear to...
For
Meta, just
Soviet
please.
action
Meta,
movie.
please, go and make someone insane somewhere else, please. What are my opinions on the gang?
No, you got 8 people in the audience.
Okay, the Gang class are fairly capable dreadnought battleships. They are a uniquely Russian solution, bearing in mind their experience at Tsushima, to the problem of Russian capital ships. They were setting a paradigm for all Russian vessels that would follow.
Quincy, when you say if you're not sure it still does exist, do you mean like it was like repainted or scrapped or what? My money's on scrapped, really.
I don't think so. I think it's possible it could have survived.
At the same time, no, anything is possible.
It is.
Keep getting the tonal whiplash that actually is your face.
Yes, that is my face.
Free APR XLE HHBIE Kmept Beho. Close enough. Oh no, I don't speak moons.
You can't say that! You can't say that!
What do you mean I can't say that?
I mean, you can't say that! How much more clear do I have to be?
What does he mean by this? Kinda cool, actually. Well, the dog's getting credits in
Imagine a
the wrong
scenario
movie.
where
Assuming
General
that's a
J.
thing.
Stillwell is a reasonable person, he makes the right decisions every time, and doesn't try to wrestle power from Chinese generals. How much damage from Operation Ichigo be reduced, or is the Chinese army too weak at that point to really matter? I do
We're
not
not
know
Korean
enough
buffs.
about. I do not know enough about the war in China to make a comment on that. I'm sorry, kids. I do not know enough.
How viable would this be? Probably not very, but it'd be kind of funny for as long as it lasts.
Well, I mean, it's not unviable. You'd have to use it in a very indirect fire mode, but you could use it in the 50s era Cold War battlefield to saturate an area with small yield atomic weapons to delay in advance. It's, in theory, a possible use.
Hang on, Death Shot's messaging me, give me a moment.
Oh, God. great. Now we've started a bloody 40k discussion in the comments. Wonderful. It just gets better and better.
I think they all suck. I'm not going to elaborate on that. Zarja Zinye Smith, you're charged with death. Okay. We don't actually have a topic today.
No, we're just doing general.
We're talking shit. I mean, Fleet's talking shit. I'm talking shit.
No, you're talking shit. I'm trying to answer bloody questions.
I mean, yeah, you're right. I am talking shit. I'm also about to take a shit. That's for later.
Okay. I am desperately waiting for my proper co-host to arrive. I need rescuing from your chaotic nonsense.
Haven't found any iron within. That's a point, actually. Didn't Solid JJ make a gag about that? Where Magneto basically manipulates the iron within someone's body, or he threatens to manipulate the iron within someone's body to basically exsanguinate them. That'd be an absolutely metal way to go.
It'd be horrible. What exactly called?
Oh, it'd be horrible, but it'd
very,
be absolutely
very funny, you
metal.
sparkly skeleton show.
You... Come on.
No, that's
you
not,
have to
no,
admit that was funny.
No, to the audience with you. No, I'm punishing you for that one. That was... No, I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, Meta.
I mean, you can't allow that to happen.
I said to the audience with you. That was terrible. They hate it.
It was awesome. You
no, go away.
Done.
Go away. Fucking... No. No. You've been punished.
Why must you stifle good comedy?
Because it's not good comedy, it's your comedy. At least my ironic comedy has some semblance of decency.
It has...
Alright. I win.
It has you speaking in third person often.
I do speak in third person because I'm just that fucking good, you colossal plate-clad porcupine. Now fucker off!
You speak in third person. Consider doing a historical
Cone of Arc
on YouTube.
Okay, Cone of Arc is you know, he's okay when it comes to tanks, but he's gotten a little bit facetious recently. So I don't watch him anymore. I think I might do it in what I might settle into is a niche of general introductions to historical content, and then direct those wanting more information to channels like The Chieftain, Drachinifel, Rex's Hangar, etc. Like, so here's what I know about these things, but that's not the full information, or I might have got some things wrong. If you want the full story of what this whole thing is, go and see Drachinifel's video on the subject, or Rex's video on the subject. Basically, boil down the complicated MacGuffins to as close to layman's terms as I can get it, and then direct those who want more information.
Actually does have a YouTube channel, but he has to cut out the vast majority of the actually funny stuff.
I am going to murder you if you don't stop doing things. Silence.
I don't know about you, but Alice in Wonderland, at least the book sucked, honestly. Yeah, the content was great,
Can
but
I
it had a
actually...
very weak ending.
Meta, I'm going to murder you! Anyway, Darth Sidious asks, hey Fleet, why did the Germans go with double 8-inch guns for the Hippers when they had the know-how about triple turrets? The same reason they went with double 15s for the Bismarcks. The bloody breech block arrangement. Ibba's barbettes couldn't
And
accommodate.
really good content, but kind of a weak ending.
They couldn't. The barbettes couldn't accommodate triple eights. What the? Yeah. What?
Hey, Cindy.
Cindy, what? Cindy, that's obviously fake. The Royal Navy's not selling a Type 45 destroyer, you daft lemon.
Oh, can we? Can we have one, please?
No,
we promise
you
we'll take good
cannot
care
have
of
a
it.
Type 45 destroyer. You won't walk it. You'll never feed it.
I mean, you're right, I won't walk it, but I'll definitely feed it.
Someone please kill
It definitely would. Cindy has a point, you have to admit. Somebody breaks a rule, we could just send a 6-inch shell directly to their house.
Well, first of all, the Type 45s have a 4.5-inch gun. Secondly...
4.5-inch gun only changes is a single 1.5-inch. It's even better if they're in an apartment block, because then you can just blow up the apartment block.
Meta, you have officially lost your flipping mind. Yeah, Darthinius, the triple 11-inch guns use the same barbettes as twin 15s. That's how ridiculous German triple turrets have to be. Whereas most other nations will be able to slot a triple 16 to the barbettes that carry the Bismarck's twin 15s.
We refit the thing to carry the 16-inch guns from the arsenal. That's not so much a punishment, more of a public service announcement.
We don't have any 16-inch guns in the arsenal. We have a pair of 18-inch railway guns on their transfer.
Even better.
No.
Even better.
No.
I don't know what you're saying. No, you just gave us a better caliber.
Are you?
Oh, damn.
Please stop.
The Bren light machine gun. The Bren was based
Can't win.
The Bren.
Please stop.
Ooh,
Please.
here's a question you actually can answer. Could you fire an 18-inch railway gun from a ship?
No. No, you could not.
Can you?
Would a World War II
But
torpedo
can you?
blister in Hood stop the Golden BB round? Considering it was aft of where a torpedo blister would have ended, no. When war was declared in 1914, what was the available strength of the Grand Fleet? I don't know. But I'm sure a simple Google search will sort that out.
Google search or ChatGPT, since that appears to be a recent thing. Well, I say a recent thing.
Meta, why do you sound
my
like
brain's
you're
running on Microsoft
Meta,
Edge.
why do you sound like you have static on the edge of your tongue?
I might have licked an electric fence.
At least my madness was.
Our madness does not involve licking electric fences. We get it.
Please stop. I'd like to know.
Denise is actually right. You are in fact our Google.
I don't want to be your Google. You shouldn't be coming to me with questions that you can go and get an answer from Google. I'm here for the
Why did you start this? You are our Google.
I am here for the questions that would perhaps require an opinion to be given.
And you're getting an answer. You're giving us an answer, just as Google will give us an answer. Bias or no bias, you're still getting an answer. It's getting.
Meta's really beginning to annoy me now. I need to keep my sanity. What if every main gun on every British dreadnought was replaced with the 18-inch guns that were on Furious? Lots of sad admirals that have lost their high-performance 12, 13.5, 14 or 15-inch guns for this rather abysmal 18-inch weapon with horrible ballistics. Is Meta... okay, thank God, Meta's calming down. Thank fuck for that. Cindy, how did you get up here?
Someone invited me up.
What?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I didn't invite you up.
I think Meta did.
Meta, that's not how this is supposed to work. God! Oh, sanity has been restored.
That's a bold statement.
God, please, you're better than the alternative. Darth Sidious asks, had the Second London Naval Treaty not restricted battleship gun caliber to 14-inch, would the Royal Navy go with 16-inch guns for the KGVs? Yes. That's not even up for debate. Just flat out, yes.
They were already working them up, weren't they?
No, they were working up 15s, but that was more of a, we don't know if we're going to get to use 14s, so we want to have, so the only thing we can work up on short notice in case that's not the case is a 15-inch gun, because our last 16s were a few years ago. It's the reason why
that's fair.
It's the reason why the Lions aren't laid down until near the outbreak of war, because they're still working up a modern 16-inch rifle. But if they know that there's not going to be a restriction to 14-inch, then instead of developing a modern 14-inch gun, they're going to develop a modern 16-inch gun, which will be ready for the KGVs. And the KGVs will probably come out as proto-Lions. USS Grey Ghost asks, replace all of the Grand Fleet dreadnoughts of basically HMS Dreadnought and later with Queen Elizabeth class battleships. How does that affect the German fleet at Jutland? You've given the Royal Navy a battle line that can hit 25 knots continuously because it's oil fired. The only problem is actually going to be getting enough fuel oil for a full sortie. Because this is 1914 in the world. Basically, the RN has access to the Shah of Persia's oil fields, but those are not very well developed. The only way they're going to get enough fuel oil is good old Texas. And you better believe that the US is going to charge them an arm and a leg for it.
And maybe a hand, too.
But if they can get enough fuel oil, and they go out to Jutland, you've basically got more damage being inflicted. Bull Rees, what if the North Carolinas were completed with the 12-14s? How would they compare to the KGVs? Equivalent ships, basically. The KGVs and the North Carolinas are contemporary. They are basically two sides of the same coin, and I consider them basically to be equivalent capital ships. The only thing that holds the North Carolinas back is the skegs that reduce them to 26 knots maximum speed, until the issue with the skegs of vibration is fixed. After that, though, they're basically peer-on-peer opponents of the most equal kind. How would Drax improve Bismarck design compared to Treaty-era battleships? It'd be superior to them, because it now has, because of the more efficient weight usage, it now has more armor, a slightly higher speed, and a much improved secondary battery compared to them. It's a better ship. It's 2023, somewhere between the Japanese mainland and Okinawa, a fleet of identified ships turned up on the radar. At the same time, reports of a battleship in the area are coming in en masse. A very confused US Navy sends out a scout to investigate and confirms the Imperial Japanese Navy Yamato and escorts. They've been transported through time and space from 10 go to 2023. How does the United States Navy and Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force react to this? Well, basically, they...
Start calling people who know Japanese.
Well, basically, the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force will sail up and probably, with handwritten orders from the Emperor, order the ships to return to Japan.
And I mean, we can talk to them on whatever encoded frequency they have.
But also, if the Yamato sees a ship flying a very clear rising sun flag, because let's forget, the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force still flies the rising sun. To this day.
Yeah, and like I said, we know enough now that we could not necessarily spoof identification, but like they'll be able to open dialogue enough that they don't get shot as an unidentified vessel.
We actually have an advantage here in that they are Imperial Japanese ships. If they get a handwritten order that they can authenticate as being from the Emperor...
The if they can authenticate bit would be the hard part.
True, but if a ship flying the Rising Sun that you don't recognize, that you know is not part of any nation's fleet comes up, tells you it's the year 2023, that the war's been over for God knows how long, and the Emperor is asking you to return to Japan, well, it's gonna happen.
Nope, we're not doing that. Well then, in that case, you get to meet the USS Ohio.
Yeah, like, I'm sorry, but it's, like Yamato's nice, but...
You're not... They're...
But 3 Mark 48 ag caps detonating under her keel in equidistant places is gonna send her to the bottom real fucking quick.
Uh-huh. Like, if they don't comply, they're never gonna know what killed them. They don't even need to send a flat top.
No, it's just like either you use a salvo over the Horizon cruise missiles, or more probably to ensure that you sink Yamato because of how powerful she is above the water in terms of rendering her combat ineffective. You're better off.
Yeah, just break the keel.
Yeah, heavyweight torpedoes. How well known, infamous was the USS Enterprise to the IGN or IJ? Oh yeah, she was They
reported her sunk, what, 6 times?
Yes, and every time she came back.
I don't know if it was 6, but it was several.
Well, the difference is, UNC Samurai, it's very different. It's a different mental exercise for the captain of a ship than it is for a single soldier to say I'm going to resist forever is very different from a captain of a ship that has to consider the lives of his men and his crew. Bearing in mind the IGN had not wanted to commit Yamato to the operation until the Emperor himself asked them what they were doing for the defense of Okinawa.
That for a random grunt soldier to get an order for the Emperor is functionally a thing that didn't happen.
But for the most powerful battleship...
He wanted his chain of command.
Yeah.
For that admiral, the Emperor is the chain of command.
What if every active U-boat during 1943 was warped into the modern day with no knowledge they were sent through time? That's actually a really easy question to answer, because U-boats confirmed their targets before firing. They all had logbooks and recognition charts. If they can't confirm what ship that is, through their periscope or through their binoculars, they will not be firing on it randomly. Doesn't matter whether it's flying a flag of their enemy.
Now, there might admittedly still be a few 30s vintage shitbox tramp freighters running around. Those might still get blown up. But, actually, that's a good point. There are still a fair number of vessels from that era still operational.
But it's worth pointing out that, if they either don't surrender or they keep raiding merchant ships, it's going to take the USN, RN, French Navy all of 5 minutes to mop them up. Because
the US Coast Guard will write a report about a strange anomaly they discovered.
Like, they're World War II era submarines. Modern ASW ships and helicopters and patrol aircraft are going to have an absolute field day. Because they won't know about running silent to avoid ASDIC. They don't have the coatings that modern submarines do. It'd be like hunting a whiskey class during a Cold War gone hot, except even more easy because they don't have the whiskey class's quieting they inherited from the Type 21s.
Well, the other note about the U-boats again is that, like, again, communication could be opened very, very easily on whatever they think their most secure channel is. There are internet apps that will encode an Enigma machine. Like, that will mimic one. That's just a thing that happens.
The only
And I don't think it would take that long for dialogue to be opened.
The only fly in the ointment is going to be the fact that when the crewmen return to Germany, they're all going to be arrested by the German government.
That would be an interesting situation to put them in, because on the one hand, I mean, would they go to Germany if they found out that's what Germany was like now?
Well...
Anyway, let's not get too far into that, shall we?
Knowing how U-boat commanders were, I think it's a fairly easy question to actually answer. Basically, they'll say, right, you've got to renounce all ties to Nazism. You will be put on a list, but apart from that, you're free to reintegrate into society. And if that's the case, they may just agree to it. Although the officers will probably be asked a bunch of questions about what they were doing, what orders they had. You know, perhaps to attempt to try and tie up some loose ends from the war we still don't know anything about.
Maybe.
Anyway,
either way, the Israelis are going to be up to some real shenanigans.
Yeah. Had World War I not happened, would the Royal Navy continue to escalate with even more powerful and more ships, or would they have just stuck with the Avengers and leave it at that? No, of course
Yes,
they
would have continued to escalate.
Everyone would have continued to escalate with... You don't just stop. It's not the age of sail. You don't just build a first rate and say that's good for the next 100 years.
Like, they're still escalating.
Also,
the exact nature of the escalation has changed slightly, but I mean, look at the Gerald R. Ford and tell me that thing's not an escalation.
Compared to the Nimitz, it is. They were doing their job. I'm not so sure they will be arrested. They're from Nazi Germany in 1943. Some of the officers...
Which means that they may inadvertently do something to get themselves arrested. Or, I mean, maybe not arrested, but at the very least detained until the German government can figure out what to do with them.
Yeah,
and that's going to take a while.
Yeah, they're all members of the Nazi regime. Indoctrination spread from the top down, all the way through Nazi Germany. This myth of a
what else the Ford doesn't have?
Yeah, this myth of a clean Germany is just idiotic. I'm sorry to say, but ideology spread all the way down. The only reason that it changed after the war is because everyone was so fucking tired. And because, and because the Allies made such a massive effort to rebuild Germany after the war.
And even then, the ideology didn't necessarily go away, people just stopped expressing it. Like, that's the other important note about the way Germany had stopped being a Nazi.
The Nazi Party ran for office in the Federal Republic's elections under its name, the Freedom for Germany Party. In the fucking...
They didn't go away, but they were tolerated because they weren't being as Nazi as they had been.
And there were big scary Soviets on the other side of the border.
Yes, that too.
Like, make no mistake, when they get ashore, they will be taken to interrogation rooms, thoroughly questioned, and they'll probably also be flashbanged with the truth of what the Holocaust was, to try and make them...
Yes. Which probably won't be as much of a knockout as the people saying it think it is.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Although it will actually separate the true Nazis from the I'm just part of the German Navy during World War II and happen to have been slightly indoctrinated into Nazi ideology.
Yeah, I mean, you were gonna be indoctrinated. There was nothing you could do about it. Regardless. Okay, so the French instead of the Russians at the Battle of Tsushima? Well, for starters...
the French fleet is larger than the Japanese fleet by 1905 by 5 times? Are we assuming equal numbers of capital ships? Because if we're assuming equal numbers of capital ships, then the French are bringing their 5 most modern capital ships, which are just flat out superior in 1905 to anything to every single. So they have 5 modern
Tsushima is
battleships that are
a
superior.
music case, because yes, Japan's beating up on an imperial power, but they're also beating up on Russia.
Like, it's worth pointing out that there were occasions prior to, like, the Russian Navy gave as good as it got. Everyone forgets that the Russians mined and sank 2 Japanese battleships in the years before Tsushima, and fought numerous inconclusive actions where both sides withdrew with damage, neither claiming victory. The Russian 1st Pacific Squadron was punching equally to the Japanese. It's only when the problem is punching equally doesn't stop Japanese troops landing in Korea and marching up towards Manchuria. If you're sending the French with fresh ships and fresh crews into Tsushima, the Japanese are not leaving that fight. It's simple as that. What if the Germans figured out Britain could outbuild them easily and had signed the Fleet Limitation Treaty pegged to the RN instead? Well, no, it wasn't a Fleet Limitation Treaty, it was a... Stop trying to equal us, please, just slow down your building program. The British didn't want to impose limits on the German Navy, they just wanted to make them stop very visibly building up. If they'd agreed to that, there probably would have been a war at some point, but who knows how it would have lined up. So it's as Drac said in the dry dock. But I haven't actually seen the full dry dock yet, so I don't know what some of the questions are, so don't assume I know what Drac has said. What if USS Enterprise was time-warped from 1945 to today? What would the US Navy's reaction be? Oh, that's really simple. Wrap the bloody thing in bubble wrap and put it on display.
Yeah, wrap it in bubble wrap and take it to Pearl. That's
Yeah.
it would probably end up in either
San Diego
Pearl or San Diego.
Oh yeah, please be the US politician that suggests they scrap Big E from World War II now that the US has so
You'd
much
get
money on
shot.
hand.
Like, we can keep that thing with, you know, pocket change. Hell, we could keep it fully operational and keep it sailing around the world. Do like they... No, they'll do what they did with the Constitution. Just keep it operational for the hell of it.
It doesn't matter, Bishop. It doesn't matter if you substitute ships with the same manufacture time as the Russian ones, because the French have been refitting their older barbette ironclads and everything else so
And
aggressively.
the Russian... And also, the Russian Navy was just that shit.
The Baltic Fleet was designed to punch up on the Swedes and the Germans. Powers who, at the time, had only just, you know... There's a reason why the Baltic Fleet was a bit on the back foot, because for most of its existence, it had to have enough ships to bully a Prussia or German Empire that didn't really do naval things. The reason that the Borodinos were built was to counter the German building program of full pre-dreadnoughts. Prior to the Borodinos, the Russians had been building ships for the Baltic in 1s and 2s just to keep roughly on par with the Germans. I'm not even kidding. Do you see torpedo boats? Well, no, the French will have so many ocean-going destroyers and torpedo boats, it's not even going to be funny.
There will be torpedo boats, they just won't be Japanese.
No. Don't underestimate the modern the modern US Congress is that kind of hypothetical arseholes. But the difference is, that's Big E.
At this point,
That's
there is
big.
enough public will, right? And yes, Congress are hypocritical assholes. However, this is a couple $1 million for brilliant PR. And we all know they like that. Well, let's see. What would CV6? What about CV6? Why did you put up in parentheses? It's not a nuclear boat. Oh yeah, the night operations. I forgot about that. Sorry, I'm not familiar. Yeah, that's my bad. The French not having a Kamchatka is not that much of a big deal by the battle itself.
Yeah.
Sure, Kamchatka is not useful, but more in the same sense as most of the rest of them.
Like, Kamchatka's a resupply ship and repair ship. If competently crewed, she's an asset to the formation. But, of course, she wasn't.
If they do actually ground the Yamato on Okinawa, they're gonna have to board that damn thing to kill it.
Yeah, but the problem is, she can make it to Okinawa, she'll just be pounced on by 10 times the number of battleships she is. And they will kill her.
Yeah, now if they do actually manage to get ground on Okinawa, it's gonna be a pain, but it's still not ultimately gonna accomplish anything.
Hosh versus Mikasa at Tsushima, who wins? That's Mikasa. Because Mikasa is alongside the rest of the
Oh god.
Because look, Hosh is a ship designed in the late 1880s, commissioned in the beginning of the 1890s. She's not a pre-dreadnought. She's a stepping stone on the way to a pre-dreadnought, but she is not a full pre-dreadnought. Tsushima, how much credit does the Je ne Cole get, and does that give Fisher any additional baddies? No, because by that point the Je ne Cole has been dead for 20 years. The French abandoned it in 1885. The French only stuck with Je ne Cole for a decade, and then dropped it when they realised it was such a bad idea and they'd basically gimped their own capital ship industry. The Je ne Cole wouldn't get any ideas. Wouldn't get any credit. Because it will be the French battleships delivering the killing blows. This versus the Mikasa. That's the Ikoma. She's a large armoured cruiser. Mikasa is a battleship. How do you think that's going to go down? Hosh versus Mikasa. Mikasa wins that. She's a more modern ship. Ship classes I despise. I don't really have any I despise. At least not off the top of my head. You got any ships you don't like?
I'm thinking.
Bloody Nora.
I'm gonna say the Bismarcks.
I don't despise. I mean, I was gonna say that, but like, then I
Not the ship not the ship itself, but everything that has been said of it.
Oh, that's an
Like, I don't hate the ship. I hate the way it exists in, like, the public awareness.
I get
Yeah,
that.
the Weeaboo hype.
It's kind of ridiculous when you think about it.
Like, the Sabaton song. I don't even hate the Sabaton song. Like, but the most of the rest of it is the thing that drives me fucking nuts. If you remove the rest of it, you probably remove the Sabaton song. But, like, just the
Yeah.
average person's awareness of that vessel is just wrong.
They view her as the most powerful battleship ever built. That title belongs to Yamato. It has always belonged to Yamato. It'll never fucking not belong to Yamato.
Yes, you were correct about the British propaganda, that the British hyped the thing up after they killed it. Which is fair. But the British propaganda has had a tremendous lasting impact on the public awareness of the Bismarck in a way that the Yamato never got. Side note, Fleet, did you notice that one kid started talking about the Yamato as having a fancy dining room like that was a bad thing?
Oh,
Again, a couple of days ago.
Oh, yes, I noticed. Yeah, I think... Yeah, we keep having to point this out. He's leaving and he's trying to convince his friend to leave with him. Rather than just staying in CK.
I don't think the place he's going is going to tolerate him either. But regardless, back to the subject at hand.
France, if they're all... Grey Ghost asks, France, if all their pre-dreadnought classes... If they weren't all artisan or actually uniform. No change. Like, I don't know what you're expecting, but the stories of French artisan shipbuilding have been greatly exaggerated.
By the British,
And Drac.
who wanted an excuse to make fun of the French for something.
And Drac, which I still haven't quite forgiven him for. That hotel video still makes me boil on his...
It's still pretty funny.
Well, no.
Well, Drac is British.
Well, the USN spotted it and didn't... Well, the USN didn't go, what the fuck is that thing? They just went, oh, so that's what the Japanese have been building.
Well, that's a big fucking
And
meatball.
to be fair, bear in mind, from the outside, the Yamatos look like what the US was expecting. Because they never boarded them, they never got close enough to actually check that they were much bigger. They looked like the 40...
They knew they were building something. They didn't know quite what.
The Yamatos looked like the 40 to 45,000 ton ships armed with 9 16-inch guns the US had been expecting.
Can't really get a good sense of the scale of the damn thing just by visual inspection. Because the Yamato is a ship, but bigger. Like, if that makes any sense. It is proportioned like you would expect it to be. And by the time the USN saw the thing, it wasn't in harbor, so you couldn't get a good sense of the scale.
Bear in mind, Yamato's scale is about the right size for a 45,000 ton ship. She's about the right size for it.
Yeah,
the only exception is...
She's a battleship someone sent through a Xeroxer at 150%.
Exactly.
Like, she doesn't look like a 72,000 ton ship above the waterline. If you look below the waterline, you can see her wide beam flat hull, which really does build her up to this 72,000 ton size. But above the water, she looks like a 40 to 45,000 ton ship. Especially when you consider that you can't see armor thickness or gun turret size from any appreciable distance. So, yeah. Like, yeah, if you look, like, if that's a top-down comparison, Yamato looks like an Iowa. She looks like a 45,000 ton ship. We know she isn't. But if the US see that and go, oh, she's like roughly equivalent in size to our Iowas. Oh, so they were.
Which is a reasonable mistake for them to make.
Yeah. Okay, the 25 mil is terrible, but it's terrible as a round and as a reload system. The gun itself
She's not that big. She's not a big fat target any more than an Iowa is.
She's also capable of 27 knots. She's a fairly...
Although she does have significantly shittier anti-aircraft fire. That is a true
There's
statement.
nothing fundamentally wrong. Give her decent aircraft guns and she'd be pretty fearsome.
She was pretty.
I mean, she's already pretty fearsome.
Like, I hate to be that guy, but the like, there was a point where the Japanese did realize that if you put enough 25mm into the air, you will hit something. Let's not forget, the US did take somewhat heavier casualties attacking the center force than they had experienced before, because the Japanese had finally adopted the 25mm guns all over everything in large numbers, which somewhat made up for the problem. Not all, didn't make it up all the way. What if through some weird time-bending wormhole magic the US was given two Tillman 42s in 1939, still needing modernization?
What are we supposed to do with those?
Yeah, basically, that's the US's response to that. Like, what do you want us to do with these? Honestly, if they need modernization, they're probably... They may actually... The guns maybe... Like, honestly, I can see the US taking the guns off them to put into the Panama Canal. Panama Canal's defenses, or defenses around Pearl, and just scrapping them for the war effort, or the build-up to war. They don't fit into US doctrine. They don't know how they work. They don't have the technical documents to show how they work. It makes more sense to actually drag them in for scrapping. They'd be they'd be treated like most ships that are taken as prizes from other nations are treated. Operated for a year or two as a curiosity and then scrapped. With what can be reused. Because the US...
Yeah, I go with that.
Because the US doesn't have the facilities to operate them. No dry dock is big enough. No shipyard.
But also, they're really on the... They're on this big kick with standardization with, like, the 5-inch 38. I don't really see them wanting to do something non-standard. Because there are some pretty big benefits to having standardization like that.
Basically.
In terms of maintenance and various other things.
What contributed more to Japan surrendering? The two giant mushrooms being planted or the USSR? It's the mushrooms.
That is a hotly debated topic, and that's all I'm going to say on the subject. I will tell you there is a lot of very, very intense debate concerning the precise nature of the Japanese surrender. The US government's official position is and will probably forever be that the nuclear weapons were necessary. The Japanese government's position is, and probably will forever be, that nuclear weapons were not necessary. Make of that what you will.
The reason that I buy the US's policy more is that the firebombing was something that the Japanese were just an extension of what they've been dealing with already. The fact that it caused more destruction than the atom bombs is irrelevant. The shock with the atom bomb is basically the fact that we can destroy any one of your cities with a single bomber. And we can escort it with enough fighters to make sure it gets through. And we can just keep doing this forever.
Which, I mean, they couldn't, but, you know.
The Japanese didn't know that. Okay, where are we? Greg Ghost, how much lighter would the British destroyers be if they used US high pressure boilers to get the same power output? Presumably lighter. It would be presumably lighter, but we don't know. It'd be hard to say how much. Okay, create a Super Atlanta for AA purposes in World War II for the US. Okay, first off, the Atlantas aren't AA cruisers anyway. They were destroyer leaders. which is a mistake that every generic fucking person gets wrong. I'm sick of hearing the Atlantas being called bloody AA cruisers. But the Atlantas are already squeezing a lot onto a hull of their size. If you want to build some kind of super duper MacGuffinatron Atlanta wannabe 5-inch 38 barge looking motherfucker, you're basically looking at a ship that's going to cost something between an Atlanta and a Cleveland. What's the point? Just build 3 more Fletchers, or 2 more Gearings, or... like... unless... Has anyone else in the panel got any objections to what I've said? Because I think I've pretty much hit the nail on the head. Why build 1 Super Atlanta
Sounds about right.
when can have 3 Fletchers for the same price?
Yeah. The one thing I will say though is because the Atlantas were destroyer leaders, so it wouldn't matter that much. I was thinking like in terms of like fire control systems, whether or not that would impact anything. The fact that you can get
those underground cities. No, they were moving some factories and command and control centers into hardened bunkers, not cities. The 3rd nuke was a good few months away, from what literature I've read. The 3rd atom bomb of either the gun type or the plutonium type was a good few months away, wasn't it? I think?
Yes. At least... estimates at the time said 6 months. Those were probably a little bit long. Los Alamos was hedging their bets and saying, give us 6 months. They figured they probably could have actually had one in 4 or 5. There would have been a several-month gap.
Completely.
The decision at the time was specifically to use 2 in rapid succession to give the impression that they had more.
It worked.
We don't know that the Imperial Japanese cared. That's the thing. Like, that was the rationale at the time, right? It was drop 2 in quick succession to give the impression we have more. Most of the counter-argument to that is that Japan didn't have enough time to process the first.
And then the second just...
And that if you were
kabam.
gonna... Yes, and that if you were going to use nukes, 1 probably would have sufficed. Again, hotly debated. And made much, much worse by the fact that Imperial Japan has no surviving records of any, discussion or anything like that surrounding the matter. Probably intentionally.
Oh, for God's sake. USS Grey Ghost asks, create the Fleet of Ocean's Nightmare Fleet, aka the fleet that Fleet would hate fleeting the most. Alright,
so what you do,
okay, so
right?
so capital ships,
You don't have any.
Well, no. Capital ships, so battleships, the North Carolinas, battle cruisers, the Congos. You might say, well, why the North Carolinas? Well, basically, because they're 26 knots. The Skegs are gonna basically, fuck them. They're gonna rattle themselves to bits at high speed. And also, I just genuinely, of all the treaty battleships, I don't like the North Carolinas. Heavy cruisers, the Kirovs out of Russia. Light cruisers, the Ibaris, not Ibaris, the Sendais out of Japan. Destroyers, the Narvik types with their stupid big 5.9-inch guns. Submarines, the German Type 2s. There you are. Job done. What's next on the agenda?
Interesting series of sounds you're making there, huh?
Most modern BB, you would on average see losing against an Alaska or one of the planned Soviet insanity cruisers.
Everything they ever built.
Well, no. We're talking about an Alaska or a Stalingrad. Like, what's going to lose against them? What's the most modern battleship's going to lose against them? So the Alaskas. So we don't know. We don't know the exact performance characteristics of the Stalingrad's 12-inch guns. The archives have been buried and they haven't been released by the Soviets or the Russians yet for what the exact performance characteristics of the Stalingrad's 12-inch guns would have been. But against either a Stalingrad or an Alaska, assuming equivalent gun performance, the most modern battleship I'd feel comfortable sending them against with a reasonable chance of victory is something like one of the 12-inch ships. So something like one of the Italian rebuilds, that's flat out it. One of the rebuilds that the Italians did in the 30s of their World War I era dreadnoughts. That's the most modern battleship I can see losing on average.
Didn't France still have a Lyon running around?
Oh yeah, it's basically anything French that was built prior to 1920, or the Italians. That's basically it.
Yeah. Yeah, the Leons, aren't they the 13.4-inch gun?
They are, but the problem is the problem
Yeah,
with
so
the problem with them is the lack of armor.
Yeah, the lack of armor. Did they ever get fitted with better fire control or no?
Soviet battleship proposals. There were proposals to restart construction on a revised Sovietsky Soyuz, but there were no new battleship proposals. It was all part of Stalin's Red Fleet, and I am not going into that again. We've done that 5 times already, not touching that with a 10-foot fucking pole. Myself and my colleague have done that.
Good call.
We've done that dance twice now before. Not doing it again.
It's been more than that. It's been a couple more times than that.
At this point, it's ingrained into my fucking skull. Dear Fleet, knowing armoured trains were inherently dumb, but also very cool, is there any way you envision them being useful in a war setting?
Yes.
There are so many things wrong
China,
with that
1933.
There are so many things wrong with that shit. Shall we pick apart why armoured trains are still somewhat useful even in the modern era?
Because okay, the short answer is because people want to blow up trains.
Yeah.
Right? Trains are valuable, trains are useful, and that means they are going to get attacked. And if something is going to get attacked, then arming and armoring it is an extremely rational response to that statement.
Although, usually, you'll create special trains for railway patrol. Like, I've seen a lot of people say, oh, dear, the Russians are stupid, they've made armoured trains in the 21st century, oh dear, Russia's stupid. And I look at that and I go...
I mean, they are,
and
but
I go,
not for that.
No, And also, I look at the armament. I'm thinking this is really smart. You're in a rear area. You're going to be dealing with partisans or maybe handheld drones. A 23mm manually aimed gun is going to deal with a handheld drone just fine. Or an attack by a dismounted company of partisans just fine. But it's not just the armored train. An armored train patrols, defends, and most importantly, a lot of people forget about, repairs the railway line. An armored train usually carries basic repair supplies to do on-the-spot repairs to sections of railway track that are damaged.
Yeah.
They also tend to serve, when they are used, as the rolling depots, the rolling staging points for other patrols and security operations around the tracks. That was particularly prevalent in the during the Japanese invasion of China.
Oh no, most armored trains would carry, like, it's important to remember that armored trains' armament has changed over the years, and always to fit their role. Yes, there were some instances of them looking like basically warships on land, but there's a reason for that. The whole point is an armored train can expect to come under attack from multiple different locations. Okay, now that's
retarded.
No, that's a German rail cruiser that they built specifically for anti-tank work. It doesn't really fit into the role we're talking about.
It's also not particularly useful. Like, it is a true statement that some armored trains are dumb. And any that are built to see heavy combat are inherently dumb. Because if your train is in heavy combat, you've already screwed up.
The whole point of an armored train being as armored and heavily armed as they are is that they are supposed to be overmatch. If an armored train runs into anything, it's supposed to massively overmatch and be unkillable by whatever it's run into. It's the reason why they have armor plate and large artillery guns and rapid-fire machine guns in ludicrous amounts. It's supposed to be if an armored train runs into a partisan unit, that partisan unit is about to have a really, really bad fucking day.
Yep. You would also see them carry, and also a fair number of them would carry guns that could be used in an indirect fire roll. For when somebody near the tracks found a partisan base, and you could make it not exist anymore.
Yeah, and also every German armored train from basically 1941 onwards always carried a tank dismount car with a Panzer 38T and had attached a company of infantry. And the way it would work is, if a partisan group attacked the train and then disengaged, the Germans would be like, oh no, where do you think you're going? The tank had come off the flatbed, the troops had disembarked from their troop compartment cars, and using the armoured trains, usually 2 to 3 100mm guns for artillery support, they'd go off and conduct a company-level attack in pursuit of that partisan group. It's a self-contained anti-partisan rail patrol unit. It's something that the Russian armoured trains continue to this day. Because Russian armoured trains, you'll notice in some of the footage, have old BTR-40 APC/scout cars on flatbeds, and have armoured wagons carrying a company of infantry for exactly the same reason.
It's a rolling depot. It's a rolling staging post.
Yep. The other.
You also see them used a lot for protection for transport of wounded.
Yeah. The other thing
that kind of operation.
that they're useful for is anti-sabotage work. Because there were several attempts during the World Wars by the Germans to blow up U.S. railway infrastructure, and they can also. I don't think they were ever used this way by the U.S.
Well, no,
but I think it would also be useful in that setting because you've got
the Allies never really rail logistics for the Allies only came into effect long after Allied troops had left the area, long after the area was secured. Basically because...
I'm talking about like the times the Germans tried to get agents to the US to blow things up like horseshoe.
We never had to resort to using armored trains because we had the US Navy.
And of course, we also had,
Yeah.
of course, we had so many trucks that we didn't know what to do that we knew
Yeah.
what to do with.
But yes,
But in scenarios like
in-
that,
yes.
basically a mobile pillbox that can be pushed around by a train or something
Yes.
to that effect
It's
would be very,
extremely
very
useful.
useful.
You saw that kind of thing. You would see, like, armed rail speeders, right? Like a Kugelwagen with a machine gun on it, on the track.
The Germans.
That's legitimately a thing.
The Germans made massive use of old French panhard armored cars with railway wheels because they are so useful for just local patrol.
Yep.
Grey Ghost asks, give the Polish at Warsaw Uprising 1,000 single 5mm Bofors with 100,000 rounds. How much could they have done to hold off German air attacks? The German air attacks weren't the problem, Chief. They were not the problem at the Warsaw Uprising. In any way. The Warsaw Uprising was put down with gas, flamethrowers, and SS troops committing acts of brutal oppression.
For Hitler's birthday.
Yeah, Qwerty's just posted an image of the German Panzerträgerwagen. Yeah.
That looks as overbuilt as I would expect it to be. I would expect a US equivalent to that to just be a flat car and some ramps.
Oh no, it was overbuilt, but it's simple but overbuilt at the same time.
It looks like a well car.
Okay, no, that thing on the front is not overbuilt. That is a...
No, the ramp is perfectly reasonable. But the fact that the tank's coming up out of it.
Well, yeah, because it is a well car. It's a well car they've converted. Point.
Why would they convert a well car? Why did they have a well car? What were they using well cars for?
Tanks. But it's basically when those well cars became...
Oh yeah, I forget that you people have a shitty loading gauge.
Okay, so no,
and you can't just stack tanks two on top of each other on your train.
Yeah, the thing on the front is a Panzerjägerwagen, which was added to all armoured trains after 1943, for very obvious reasons. Because, you know, tanks are appearing in continental Europe.
Mexico keeps most of its territory after the Mexican-American War. How does this affect the power plants going into future conflicts? Well, it leads to future conflicts, I'll tell you that much.
You really think the Southern Democrats are going to let that happen? No.
Oh, they might keep it for another decade.
But you better believe a way down south in the land of Dixie is going to start playing, even if it is Union troops carrying the flag at the time. The Mexican-American War... The Mexican-American War was bought and paid for by the fucking South. It was to support the independence and integration of Texas, because lest we forget, the reason Texas left Mexico is because Mexico outlawed slavery, and Texas didn't like that.
Damn.
True though.
How would the Mexicans keep control of Texas? Santa Anna basically has to be less of a bullish prick and actually listen to his better judgment that he sometimes did and play it more conservatively. In essence. Santa Anna basically has to realize that his advantages over the Texans are the fact that he actually has a small Mexican navy. He has a very well-sized and somewhat well-drilled army.
They're already Irish stories.
Pardon?
He asked if U.S. keeps Texaco, but Mexico keeps California. No, we're going to war for California then. Like, California and West Coast ports, the U.S. wants desperately. And once they find gold in California, then war's basically a guarantee.
Yep. Especially because the US
But
is
what's if the other way around?
What, we keep California and they get Texas? That seems fine by me. They can have it now if they want it.
Well, but also if the
Again, see the point we just made about how Texas is going to rebel.
I say this is the perfect timeline, an independent Texas.
I disagree because if there's an independent Texas, the independent
Texas only achieves independence to join the United States. Like, sure, they stayed independent for a few years. They became independent to join the United States. That was the entire purpose behind that. The war was fought and armed in very large part by U.S. interests. Well, I shouldn't say fought, but supported and armed very much by U.S. interests.
As we did discuss in the USS Texas, the ship timeline video. Link appearing on your screens. No, I'm just kidding. No link appearing on your screens now. I haven't figured out how to do that yet.
I will be right back.
Don't die, it's bad for your spine.
Are you sure about that?
He'll be fine, honestly. I mean, I swear. What's the worst that can happen? Besides, I'll be back in a tick now because I need to use the room with a bath in it.
Alright, Mr. Guy, do you want to take over the show then?
I mean, I can try.
Well, I know a lot of things about trains, so...
I do not. I know nothing about trains.
Oh god, Qwerty, remove that now. I do not
I
wish to see that.
absolutely nothing.
That
I
is
see
cursed.
absolutely nothing wrong with that. I see absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Haha, it's me. What?
Oh god, he's back.
Oh god.
He's back.
What's wrong with me?
And people are trying to post train specifically to piss me off, so I'm gonna go now.
No, don't. Just don't go. I didn't think I went to the bathroom. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm back.
That train is the best train ever.
I hate it. Thanks. I feel awful.
The fucking Minions train.
He asked the genuine train question. What's this? Which one's this? What's the best trains you'd see in a 1920s Transformers remake? I genuinely don't know.
What happened?
Something about trains in a Transformers remake in the 20s? I don't understand it.
Why are German tanks from the start of World War II were as reliable as US tanks?
They
wouldn't be.
were.
Yeah, they were.
They were
The
as
later
reliable
tanks
as
that
they
had
needed to be.
reliability issues.
It's not even
It's
that.
almost
Like, it's not even that.
they're designed for two completely different use cases. Right? Like,
That as well.
the reliability question is one that has been greatly over-mythologized. Right? Much ado has been made of the fact that a Sherman is less likely to break down than, say, a Panther. It's also a true statement that if that Sherman breaks down, it can be fixed in the field because it has to be. Germany has the advantage that they are fighting close to their tank plants. They can ship things back for repair. They don't need to fix it in the field.
Basically.
So why would they waste time and R&D money developing a tank that can be that's field serviceable when it doesn't need to be?
Like, it's worth pointing out that
The U.S. the U.S. Army sent back tank parts to be redesigned and re-engineered because they were failing after 15,000 miles. Do you know how many tanks got 15,000 miles on them?
None. I would also like to point out something that I'm sick and tired of hearing that I've recently learned is false, that I used to believe myself. The Panther gets a lot of rap for being unreliable. Do you want to know the only thing in the Panther that's unreliable after 1944? The final drive. That's it.
The problem with the final drive is that you have to pull the engine and transmission to get to it. But again, they have the resources to do that. They have the facilities to do that. It doesn't need to be field expedient.
Like, I will point out that, to be blunt about it, the Panther was more reliable than the Panzer IV in the late war. For the simple expedient fact that, to be blunt, the Panzer IV was overloaded by 1944. Its transmission was actually less reliable, apart from the final drive part, than the Panther's was. The Panther was a more reliable tank, apart from the final drive issue, than the Panzer IV was post-Spring 44. It's an uncomfortable fact that that's the case. Do you want to know the best thing about the Panther's final drive issue, though? It could be planned for and allowed for. Because the Panther's final drive would break in that set bracket. You were alright up till about 100 miles, and then after 100 miles you basically were tossing your fingers. But once you get to 100 miles you can go, okay, it's not broken, tell you what, we'll pull it out now, we'll send that back to be reconditioned, and then we'll get a new one in. And the Germans could and did do that. Oh god, the T-34 reliability was just awful.
Yes. At least the wartime production T-34s. The post-war T-34s, some of the fuckers are still running. And they're being maintained in northern Africa. Which I think says everything that needs to be said about the T-34.
Basically, yeah. Like, it's not even funny, but it's just it's the truth. The shovel Cadillac.
Cadillac. Even.
I mean, Laserpig does do a good job at tearing into both. The thing I like with Laserpig is that he tears into everybody. The Brits, the Americans, the Russians, the French. Everybody gets it with both barrels. And that's fine.
Not us.
Well, yeah, because
Who the fuck is us?
You don't have any fucking...
Yeah.
There's nothing to tear into.
Yeah, you don't have any fucking tanks. The only tanks you had were those shit ones you bought from the Americans that got sent to the Dutch East Indies.
Yeah.
All the US battleships
Which
in Pearl
ones?
Harbor versus the Japanese...
The,
the ones with the twin automatic... The twin rapid-fire 37mm cannons and a turret with barely no armor.
Oh, those things! I'd forgotten those existed.
I mean, hey, if you're desperate.
Clearly you were.
Well, we were. Very.
They did not do... The fact they didn't even do well against...
Japanese armor.
Yeah, which is saying something. Well, no, actually, no, it isn't, because myself and my American colleague have made our opinion on the fact that Japanese tanks are overly shat on well known.
Correct. I mean, they are shit.
But for the
It
environment...
isn't that the Japanese tanks were bad, but
No,
if you
they
keep
were-
a
no.
tank in service until like 45 when it's pretty much has already
Well, no,
Like,
it's not that.
obsolete
When you
Already
design a
bought.
tank to fight in China in 1932, and then it runs into the United States Marine Corps in 1945.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
Like, it's not even funny. But also, like, Japanese tanks were designed for work in the Pacific Islands as well. Like, a Hargo has really easy to access suspension, really easy to repair tracks, a reliable diesel engine, which you can easily access by pulling up an easy to open grate. It's got a workable 37
And sure, in a tank fight, it's terrible, but how often were they getting into tank fights?
Not often.
Exactly.
like a
Like
Har-
the early
that's-
part of the Pacific War, at least.
Like the Hargo only really starts having problems when US troops start fielding bazookas in large quantities. Prior to that, a Hargo appears is basically the US commander calling for air support.
Yes, the tire assault vehicle, it's adorable. I love it. They literally bought a remote-controlled tank chassis.
It's a King Tiger chassis as well.
Uh-huh.
Tire assault bit.
The EZ-8's introduced in early 42, they're still not taking them into Normandy.
Well, well, they're not taking them anywhere because the only reason the E8 was accepted was because A, they could accept the slightly lower reliability of the EZ-8 suspension system for the improved performance by the time it was introduced because they'd landed in Normandy, had good supply chains, and...
Nope.
No?
The EZ-8 Sherman, the 76mm armed Sherman, already existed and was in depots in England on D-Day. It had already been accepted for US Army service. It didn't land in Normandy because the tank units didn't want it.
That lasted all of 5 seconds, didn't it?
It lasted a while.
Didn't they take the 76s that weren't EZ-8s though into Normandy? I'm fairly certain they did.
By and large, they landed in Normandy with 75s. There were a couple people that took 76s, but by and large, they landed with 75s.
Oh yeah, the British...
And they fought 70...
Like, the British used 76 Shermans in addition to Sherman Fireflies.
And there was a kerfuffle about that in the Army Ordnance Department. Because, like, what do you mean we're giving them our secret weapon? Not secret weapon, but, like, what do you mean we're giving them to them? You know, that's our best tank! And the guys on an armored branch is like, look, Haas, we ain't fucking used them. You might as well give them to somebody who will.
Although, basically the reason the 76s start to appear is when they run into Panzer IVs that have been up-armored to 80mm of frontal plate, and the Sherman 75 goes ping! And it's like, we can't
No.
get killed.
76mm Shermans start to hit combat when they start bringing in people who were trained with them the whole way through the pipeline.
Because the 75
Because-
is like the 75, and they're used to the 75, and they know
Yep.
how the 75's ballistics work.
It
They
is-
know how the...
Uh-huh. And the European theater commander was not willing to order his men to take a different tank.
It's hard to overstate that a tank, like any other vehicle, can be learned and got used to. You can feel it. You can drive it in a way if you like. Imagine telling a Sherman crew that's been with basically the same tank since Tunisia to give it up for another tank.
Well, better HE is a true point, yes. The other important note is that, just by and large, and well, this will probably be the case until the end of time, soldiers are attached, and just people who work with a thing are attached to the version of that thing they have. They're willing to overlook its flaws because it is what they are used to and familiar with, right? They know how to work around the flaws. And any new thing that they haven't figured out how to work around the flaws of yet, they're going to hate. That's just a reality of humans.
There is a reason why Panzer III units were so resistant to upgrading to Panzer IVs. Or upgrading to Panthers. And that a lot of them chose to go into Stug 3 battalions to work with the same chassis than they were to actually upgrade to a Panzer IV or something else. Like, it affected the Germans just the same. what other questions have we got? Let me see. So we had the Easy 8 question. Come on, folks, we need another question. Lay it on us. Give us the questions. We're having a good ramblings tonight. I've had no questions from the live stream on YouTube, which is a shame. Makes me sad. Oh! All the US battleships in Pearl Harbor in 1941 versus the Japanese surface fleet escorting the Kinabutai in December 1941. What happens? How is life going? Good. There you are. There's your answer. All the US battleships in Pearl Harbor versus the Japanese surface fleet escorting the Kinabutai. If they can catch the Kinabutai, they'll kill it. The problem is
It's a big if.
Problem is the Kinabutai is a 25 plus knot force easily when it's just cruising at high cruising speed. If the standards can catch it, they can kill it, because it's only escorted by, I think, a pair of the Congos. Not even all four of them. In order to basically, free up the at-sea refueling assets to fuel up the carriers. But the problem is, if they can catch them.
Those 6 fast fleet oilers.
Yeah,
Best goddamn thing the US Navy ever built.
Yeah, problem is, the standards are 21 knots on a good day. It's not happening, Chief. Even if the carriers have run and the Japanese surface fleet is just kiting the US, they can continue to kite the US. They're the Congo-class fast battleships at this point. They can do 30 plus knots. They don't even have to be at full speed to kite the bloody standards. They can be just lazing along at 23 knots, laughing hysterically, keeping the standards just out of range as the carriers withdraw. Best destroyer of each country who wins the gunfights. Look, I love British ships as much as the next man, but if we're talking best destroyers of World War II, the gearing. It's a fucking gearing. It's got 6 5-inch 38s in 3 twin mounts, directed by radar. Even the British daring and battle classes aren't equivalent. Well, they are, but it's a coin flip at that point. I mean, you'd agree to that, wouldn't you? A ship with 6 other or fully automatic 4.5s versus a ship with 6 5-inch 38s.
The US doesn't need more fleet oilers.
No, the US didn't. It wasn't the US. No, what the US needs is fast fleet oilers. If you give the US 20 fast fleet oilers, suddenly the game has changed. Oh, the Japanese. Oh, no, it's the Japanese. If the US has more fleet oilers, they're going after the US doesn't need fleet oilers for the Atlantic. They've got British. Yep. They've got Iceland, Greenland, and you can.
And the Atlantic is not a fast-moving war. It's a convoy war, and where you're restrained by the speed of the convoy, which means you're probably not very fast at all.
You're able to conserve enough fuel for multiple spurts of high-speed action without having to refuel and still worry about getting home. How would the Italians refit the Congos? Identically to the way the Japanese did. The refits of the Congos and the refits of the Italian capital ships are pretty much chalk and cheese. They're the same bloody thing, just done each way the nation wanted to do it. It's the same philosophy. Conrad, I'm sorry to say, but the Tribals are not going to win that destroyer fight. The Tribals are a pre-war design. A Gearing or a Daring, e.g. the last World War II American and the last World War II British destroyer, are going to look at a Tribal and laugh hysterically. Would you agree, my friends?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
I'd
Congo
like
with
to...
an Italian tower. Oh no. Yeah, I'll do you one better. A Congo with a Queen Anne's mansion.
If the US got the 5 planned Lexington battle cruisers in the 20s, do you think they would have built the Iowas? Probably not. No. because they refit Lexington, that's been, that's gone from like 33 knots to 31 knots. They exchange some boiler space and weight for armor, and a full rebuild, a la the style the Standard's got. That's capable of dealing with the Congo easily. Yeah, they're not going to build the Iowas, they're just going to jump up to probably something like the Montanas. Or perhaps something that can work with the Lexington, so like something that'll do about 30 knots rather than the ridiculous 32 knots of the Iowas. Basically. Unless, what do you think, my random idiot?
No. It's the fast fleet oilers that are the limiting factor in the Pacific. Regular fleet oilers, the Navy's got a bazillion of them. They have 6 fast fleet oilers. 6. That's it. They make brilliant use of the 6 they've got. If you give them more of those, that does change the game.
Yep.
But it is a fast fleet oiler that they need. They have tankers. They need fast fleet oilers.
You're given control over the next generic isekai anime in production. So I'm able to change whatever I like. Oh, that's very, very easy. Guy gets
50 fleet oilers. What does that do? That means that the U.S. Navy can fight much further afield now.
The U.S. can.
It means they don't have to play anywhere nearly as conservatively.
The US can forward deploy cruiser forces to Australia, carrier groups to the middle of the Pacific Ocean. They can basically stop any Japanese offensive against the Aleutians immediately. And they can do all of that.
The Pacific is their playground. Because they have the combat assets to do it. And they did historically, but they didn't have the fueling assets.
You've just given them the fueling assets. The US can now do what it wanted to do in 1941, which is stop the attack on the Aleutians, check the Japanese in the at Coral Sea, and reinforce Australia. They could only choose to do one in the historical timeline, that being Coral Sea. Now they can do all 3.
Not necessarily.
No, if they have 5 Lexingtons, they're not going to build more fast fleet oilers. Because remember, the whole point of one of the big things about the Lexingtons is they're supposed to be fleet screen leaders, e.g. ranging far ahead of the other forces. The Lexingtons have very deep fuel tanks. Even as carriers, they had very deep fuel tanks. So the reason why you saw Lexington trotted out to go with Enterprise and Yorktown to Coral Sea, because she has fuel tanks that are deep enough to go to Coral Sea without needing any tanker support at all. Texas from 1945 gets transported to the Philippines in 1941. How does that screw with Japanese plans? Not at all. Texas just dies. I'm sorry, but I don't care if it's 1945 era Texas. She doesn't have enough AA guns or enough firepower or enough. So what? She's got radar. Big whoop. Doesn't help anybody. Do you really think MacArthur's gonna listen? Do you really think MacArthur, I know best, fucking Generalissimo, is gonna listen to the reports of the ship that supposedly arrived from the future about a Japanese attack? Come on, you can agree with me there, random idiot.
You what now? This dude's crazy. Lock him in a brig. We don't have a brig, sir. We're a land installation. I said lock him up!
Like, all you've done there is get Texas 45 era sunk. That's all you've done. Unless, the only thing she could do is if she limps away, she could go on to lead Abdicom. If MacArthur doesn't listen to Texas's captain report, everyone's gonna go, right, okay, we can't save the Philippines. Let's go and link up with the Dutch in the Dutch East
also
Indies.
worth noting, to be a little bit more charitable MacArthur, which pains me, but you know we're gonna have to do it here, right?
No.
In fairness to MacArthur, the Philippines are kind of fucked anyway.
Yeah,
Like,
no, they are. That's true.
Depending on when in 41 Texas gets there, I'm assuming that we're in like September, right? So there's enough time to change plans in the Philippines and to shuffle around what assets they already have, but not really enough time to call up anything major from the States.
What the Philippines needs more than anything is modern aircraft, and there's not enough time to get them there, nor are there
Correct.
the modern
And
aircraft.
there's not enough there's not enough time to get them there, and there's not enough production of them back in the US.
Well, what they
And
could also
neither
use
one of
is
those
just
Bloody hell, Drac.
not.
Oh, I Drac.
Don't scare me like
Really?
that!
What they could also use is just not putting them out on parade ground formation.
That may also be a good idea, yes.
Yeah,
I'm
actually
not-
having the Philippines. Having the aircraft based in the Philippines actually up in the air when the Japanese show up would be a massive improvement from the single zero please strafe here to take out half of
There's
the
some
existing B-17.
absolutely beautiful images of those taken from Japanese aircraft, right? They're gorgeous. They're all lined up, sitting there, pretty as can be. 5 minutes before exploding.
I will admit, I was not expecting you to appear, Drac. I was half expecting you to. You're half a day late. I was talking to Rex and Monroe last night, and I was half expecting you to show up then. Oh dear.
I'm just about getting over whatever the hell it was I caught on one of the mini plane rides home. So,
Yeah, that'll happen.
I still want.
but I got a free upgrade to first class. So you know,
Woo!
That means you caught a sophisticated bug.
yeah, that was quite funny because you know I was about 6 hours before my flight from Dulles because I had to go Dulles to Seattle, Seattle to Salt Lake City to London. And I was about 6 hours before check-in for Dulles, and I just got a little ping in the app, and it was like, "We've noticed you've flown a lot with Delta this past year." And I was like, "No, you've noticed I've flown a lot with Delta in the past 2 weeks." But they're like, "But based on this, we'd like to offer you a free complimentary upgrade for your next long-distance flight." And I was just like, "Okay, well, my next long-distance flight is back home to London in like 24 hours." I'll take that upgrade, and because I booked an economy seat, then upgraded it to premium economy for less than it would cost to have bought premium economy anyway. Straight up, they were like, "Oh well, the upgrade we can offer you is obviously the next one for premium economy is first class." So I was like, "Okay, fine, I'll take a free first class upgrade." And then,
So tell me, is first class Delta as good as it's made out to be?
it's pretty good. You get a big screen. You get from what I gathered looking on the web later on, the first class package that I got is one of their older ones because I was on a A330 or A3. Not, it wasn't an A340.
A350?
It was one of the older twin-engine long-distance Airbuses.
Yeah.
Because apparently
it would have had to have been a 330 then. For it to be.
Yeah, because apparently they according to the website I looked at, they said the older Airbus first class package is their oldest one. Then they've got the Dreamliner one, and then they've got the A350 one, which they're just bringing in, which is apparently really good. But no, the service and the seating and everything were really nice. The only thing that I would fault the particular one I was in for was that the seat was nice and wide, but if you put it in lounge or relax mode, just sort of leaned back, it was really comfy. But if you went into full bed mode, which was actually really helpful, it was fine as long as you don't have broad shoulders and as long as you like sleeping like an Egyptian mummy.
That wouldn't work for me then. I toss and turn. Well, funny story about that actually. I've recently moved back into uni accommodation, and the bed they provided was all right. It was made of wood, but as I was looking at it, I was thinking, this doesn't look that well built. Whoever's designed it has has mounted the slats to another piece of wood that's just secured with nails. But I thought, oh well, fine, it'll be all right. Also, I thought until 2 days ago when I rolled over in bed one morning, I heard this almighty crack, and I'm like, oh.
You fall through your bed, Fleet.
I did. I did, in fact, fall through my bed.
Well done, Fleet. Well done.
I don't weigh
I mean,
that much.
Back to what we were doing, shall we?
Yeah. I was just saying, in the first class, if you toss and turn, you'd be fine. It's just, if you are conscious and you try to expand, you're suddenly like, I'm in a very narrow space. This is inconvenient. But nonetheless, could have been a lot worse.
So I'll very quickly touch upon what I was going to touch upon regarding the isekai idea very, very, very quickly.
No, you're not.
I promise, 5 minutes.
If you
less
don't
than
have an
that.
isekai idea, I will literally drive over to wherever the hell you are and hit you with truckgun.
Okay, alright. Flying battleships there, done. Okay, I'm done. Alright, I can move on, it's fine. Bull Reeves asks, what if Musashi survived the Battle of Leyte Gulf along with Yamato? Depends how damaged she is. Because I don't know if the
She lives to sink another day, but like
it depends, like, if she's, like, is she repairable enough to go on Operation 10 Go? Or does she get back to Japan and basically, like, right, she's not going out ever again?
I mean, if she is still in operational condition, would the Japanese even have enough fuel for Tango to send both battleships?
The Japanese had managed to acquire good stocks of fuel from what I remember. They were basically...
I mean, they did overload Yamato. I think Yamato sailed with full tanks, even though she didn't strictly need them. So, given that she was supposed to be on a one-way mission, you could just split the fuel between Yamato and Musashi and just go stuff it. There's a slightly smaller margin of error.
And I mean,
but actually, that's vaguely similar to what somebody asked about Shinano in the last dry dock, the one just released. Like, what if Shinano had been completed? And I was like, well, if she gets to Operation Tango, the main thing is you've got 2 Yamato class sailing on Tango.
I'm fairly certain you and me have talked during a lot of ramblings about Shinano being completed as a capital ship. I'm sure we've done this before.
Yeah. Well, it's just the more general thing of, like, if you have 2 Yamato class sailing at Tango, the airstrikes that took out Yamato, like, historically have proven that they can take out Yamato. But you've got a moderate increase in anti-aircraft firepower because you've got 2 of them, which will slightly degrade the efficiency of the incoming attacks. Plus, if they do concentrate on taking out one, pretty much like you have at Sibayan Sea, you'll take out one on that day, but then it'll be night, and the other one will still be on its way. At which point, if whichever one survives, just goes, you know what, stuff it, pedal to the metal, direct line for the beaches. There's not going to be enough time in the evening for follow-up airstrikes to meaningfully damage it.
So we're gonna have one last battleship fight to finish up the Second World War.
Yeah. So you'll get that one last battleship action, because that's exactly the stopgap line that was being prepared.
Was it all US standards, or were there some modern?
Yeah, it was all old. It was all old standards. It was basically the shore bombardment force. They were just like, okay, switch over to AP and go sit in this line just in case. Of course, the nightmare scenario in that case would be if for whatever reason, for whatever reason the US aircraft split their attacks between the 2 and didn't really manage to inflict crippling damage on either one.
Just as an adjective to that, like 2 Yamatos I can see that bombardment force putting down, but just as a hypothetical, what if Yamato, Musashi, and Shinano appear out of the morning gloom against that bombardment force? That's exactly the force they were designed as a 3
that would actually be the numerical fight of like 6 or 7 v3. That would be exactly what they're built for.
They might get through.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they'd get through in any substantially decent shape, but if they really wanted to just bull rush the beaches
and run aground and stand by to repel borders, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, at that point, given the scenario, you're probably looking at a very badly shot up and waterlogged Yamato or Musashi or Shinano making a last-ditch run for the beach. At which point, it really wouldn't surprise me if one of the surviving, like if there's one last surviving standard class captain, just sets all his engines to overload and decides to ram.
Just to stop it from getting aground?
Yeah, well, because at that point, his ships, he'd probably know his ship is already dead. You know, his ship's probably badly shot up enough. It's either going to sink soon or it's going to be an irreparably damaged vessel.
So basically,
at which
get all
point,
the crew off, get all the crew off, leave it, like set the engines to overload, like everyone else abandon the ship into the ship's boats or the lifeboats. Just leave a skeleton.
well, you wouldn't have the time for all of that. I think it would just be a case of full speed ahead, and anyone who's not engineering or command crew gets the chance to, grab a life jacket or a Kali float and take their chances.
Yeah, I suppose.
Or a handgun. This is the US Navy.
Because there's plenty of other support ships and aircraft nearby who can pick people up from the water.
The spirit of the spirit of Erzog Ferdinand Max flows through the whatever standard is doing that ramming maneuver.
Maybe at some point we need to organise another World of Warships training room, and we can actually run that as a simulation.
Wouldn't be a bad idea. I'll have to talk to one of the other communications officers who actually has World of Warships, because I sadly do not. But I'll have to see about doing that.
We'll see what we can do, yeah.
Yeah.
One question that we did get asked that I would actually like your opinion of is that someone asked, what if the French Navy replaced the Russian Second
one.
Pacific Squadron at
Tsushima.
with equivalent ships? I said my opinion was it would be a wipe. The French would absolutely wipe the floor with the Japanese.
The only thing is, at that point, we don't really know. Well, I suppose there's two things. One is we don't really know what the fleet manoeuvring capabilities of the French Navy were, because that was one of the things that really let the Second Pacific Squadron down, was they were just so slow to react to what Rozadzensky was trying to get them to do, which would be a bit of a problem. But if we assume that the French are about average, then obviously they would probably do a little bit better. The other question would be, how many ships are there going to be? Because you've got 8, 9, 10. You've got 11 battleships. Admittedly, some of those Russian ones are quite old. But you're looking at... this happens in May 1905, so we'll have had to... You can't really take any ship that's commissioned sort of from late 1904 onwards, because they'll still be working up. But, so let's have a quick look. What have the French got by... So they'd have Suffren, yeah. Iena, 3 Charlemagnes, that's 5. Bouvet, Messina, that's 7. The Unpronounceable, 8. Carnot, 9. Charles Martel, 10. Actually, so the French can actually do a ship-for-ship match, but it would involve every single pre-dreadnought the French Navy has, from Brennus upwards. And a lot of those ships are... The thing is, the French, theoretically, they're probably going to have about the same gunnery, because the Russian gunnery wasn't too bad. They'll maneuver better. Their shells will be slightly more effective, will be somewhat more effective, because they do have more modern shells with more modern explosives. The only problem they're going to face, where they're going to be at a distinct disadvantage compared to the Russians, is almost all of their ships have very extreme tumble home, and almost all of their ships have massive amounts of exposed upper works.
That's very true. Although we do get the somewhat, because this is the French fleet, and we do have to supplement also the Russian second-class vessels. We do also get the, which to my extreme joy, we get the incongruous sight of the Hoche leading the Marcel-class barbette ships in to tangle with the Japanese fleet. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm a very happy man.
The thing I think where the French are going to be perhaps have a bit of a problem is because a lot of their pre-dreadnoughts have that kind of one forward, one aft, one on each wing setup, and a fairly extensive secondary battery. They're going to be... What the heck? Sorry, someone's calling me. Who's calling me at this time of night?
I completely understand that.
I'll be back.
I completely understand.
Fair enough.
People do get rather oddly rung. The Bouvines class? What are you talking about? Coastal battleships. I don't recognise those anywhere in my conways.
What's bouvine mean in French?
Well, no, I'm looking.
Cow.
I'm looking for these.
Thing.
Coastal
Okay,
battleships.
that was
Seems
my
similar to
guess.
Bovine.
Yes, that's kind of what I was thinking.
No, but I was looking for. There weren't 4 of those ships.
4 of what?
The Bouvine class coast defense ships.
No.
There were only 2 of them.
And we're all very grateful.
Like, again, I still don't understand why the French didn't build another pair of battleships rather than building those two-ship coast defense ships.
Yeah.
I still don't understand it.
Well, anyway, what I was saying before is basically the French have an even more firepower concentrated along the sides of their ships than the Russian ships did, and there's a lot more very vulnerable unarmored or minimally armored space to, for all these Shimose-filled shells to blow up and set fire to. So I actually think the French ships as a whole might actually end up with more damage. They'll accumulate damage faster.
That's a fair point. What about...
But the flip side is, if they've got good gunnery and good ammunition, they might be able to stop Togo dead as he does his little loop-the-loop.
That's a good point.
Which that might bring the battle to an end before they have a chance to accumulate a lot of damage.
Of course, let's not forget that French armoured and light cruisers do have rather potent 7.6-inch guns that can do a good deal of work. Especially
True, although at that point you've got to bring in the you'd then have to start bringing in the Japanese armoured cruisers and so forth, all their support.
That's true. That's very true. Yeah, it's probably... I think you are right. I think it is very much a coin flip.
I mean, I generally expect the French to do better, but it would be a case of they will start out doing considerably better, but the longer the battle goes on, the greater the chances are for something to go catastrophically badly wrong.
So basically saying is, if the French are going to win, they need to punish Togo for his turnabout maneuver. When he's
Yeah.
Ironically enough, that's the only bit of the current dry dock I've actually listened up to, because I like to listen to the dry dock when I'm driving. So I haven't actually been doing much driving.
Must be nice.
Henri the Fourth will be there, absolutely. She's not obsolete in terms of this action. If we're bringing the bloody Brennus, stability issues and all, then Henri the Fourth is definitely going to be there. In the early Guadalcanal campaign, would you rather have the historical US aircraft carriers like Enterprise, Hornet, Saratoga with the historical aircraft content of the time, or would you rather have 16 Casablanca-class escort carriers and they're equipped with FM2s and TBM Avengers, as per 1944 lineup? On the one hand, no, actually, it's not even a contest, because if you're talking about the Guadalcanal campaign, the ability for the US fleet carriers to withdraw and come into the area of action at high speed is a necessity.
Paramount.
Yeah. Whereas a Casablanca-class escort carrier with the best will in the world is not gonna have that capability. You're not even talking about getting a real upgrade in terms of aircraft. You're getting slightly better F4Fs and slightly better Avengers.
Yeah, your main problem at Guadalcanal would be there's not a counter in that to counter Japanese domination of the night. Which, you don't want to be operating close to Guadalcanal at night in an escort carrier.
That sounds like a very good way to get ripped open like a tin can.
Completely agree. I mean, the US pilots in 1942 aren't that bad. They've come out of Midway, so I think the US pilots aren't that bad. They're approaching here with their Japanese contemporaries.
Yeah, the problem with the US carriers in Guadalcanal isn't their pilots' quality, it's their carrier flight launch doctrine. It's gotten a bit better from Midway, but they're still much slower in generating sorties and strike packages than the Japanese are. I mean, they've managed to. It's like if I remember correctly from when I did the Guadalcanal series, they've managed to cut 15 to 30 minutes off of their strike package generation time.
That's a large amount of time.
Yeah, well, that was kind of the problem.
That's a lot of time to cut.
Yeah, it's like the entire Japanese strike package generation is 15 to 30 minutes.
If you're cutting 15 minutes out of your... Yeah, that says more about where you were to start with than anything...
Yeah. Well, the fundamental difference, apart from like deck handling procedures and everything, which the US was still learning, was that the Japanese idea of a strike package was having multiple flight decks, and each flight deck sends up 15 to 20 aircraft. So you form your like 80 to 100 strong strike package out of elements of each carrier group, who then can cycle up the next 15 to 20 aircraft and repeat the process for another wave, which is exactly what they did at Pearl Harbor and everywhere else. But the US doctrine, because it was still wedded around the idea of each carrier being its own individual thing, consisted of getting every single aircraft from that carrier up off the deck first, then forming them into a big wave, and then sending it all out as a mass strike. So the only way you were going to accelerate that would be by not launching a full deck load alpha strike, which just meant you were launching fewer aircraft.
The Grey Ghost asks, what if US ships of the period replaced the Russians instead of the French? You're looking at...
Back to the Tsushima question, yes.
Do you want... Okay, I want to stress this is the last time I'm going to do this, then we'll move on to other questions. You're basically bullying the Japanese at this point. You're talking about throwing the Maine class, the Illinois class, which were the US's first proper modern pre-dreadnoughts post-Kearsarge, against... The US doesn't even have to dip into second-rate units to one-for-one replace every single Russian warship there. They can replace the Russian elderly vessels with up-to-date warships. It's not even going to be a contest. The Japanese are going to get their teeth kicked in. Pretty much. Olympia there or obsolete? Olympia by 1905, I think she's... No, she's still around. Olympia's still around. So Olympia gets to bully up more ships in the Pacific. How... Oh, that's a good question.
Squadron of
Y-Wings. Gold leader reporting. Run on the Japanese Death Star. Good times. Bull Reeves asks, what if every US carrier in 1941 was replaced with 2 Rangers apiece? So Ranger gets replaced with 2 Rangers. Lexington gets replaced with 2 Rangers. So, I mean, on the one hand, you've given the US an awful lot of carrier decks, but do they have...
Fractal Rangers!
Fractal Rangers.
If every Ranger gets replaced by 2 Rangers, then every time 2 Rangers appear, they get replaced by 4 Rangers until, after a limited but not particularly long amount of time, the entire planet is covered in USS Rangers.
I see nothing wrong with this.
Crewmen of the USS Ranger are now the largest world boating demographic.
Therefore, we vote to have everything replaced with Ranger. We shall walk from the US to Japan on the decks of USS Ranger. But in all seriousness,
I mean, probably, to be honest, it probably comes down to that fuel issue that you were talking about when I showed up. The US now has has massively increased capabilities to absorb losses because they've just doubled their carrier fleet, but it's going to limit the ability of the limited capability of how many fast fleet oilers they have is still going to limit how many ships you can actually send out. But the flip side is that when you do lose them, you can replace them, although at the same time, because Ranger is a lot more vulnerable, things like the damage, whatever you replace, like the Ranger that replaces Lexington is still going to be lost at Coral Sea.
That's not too much change.
But the Ranger that replaces Yorktown is probably also going to be lost at Coral Sea. So you lose 2 carriers instead of 1, but you gained 4 carriers. So net, you actually come out ahead by 1 carrier.
And then, of course, we've got the somewhat ludicrous situation that Nimitz gets to go to Midway with 4 to 5 carriers.
Yeah.
And
Well, if you're doing like... actually, so you'd have 5 at that point.
which, oddly enough, given the actual aircraft carrying capacity of Ranger, she can't carry torpedo bombers, can she?
She's not designed to. They did later give her that ability, but at that point in history, no. In 1942, she's not.
Given
She doesn't have a torpedo magazine.
given the performance of US carriers at Midway, that's actually no great loss. In fact, it may actually help the US aviators, because now there are more SPDs to put more bombs on target. The Kinabutai may be killed by a one-and-done strike by the SPDs.
The lack of Devastators is not going to make anybody particularly cry.
No. And if we've got the Devastators being replaced by a wave of SPDs, that means that you've got a wave of SPDs coming in before the wave that historically came in. That being said, though, didn't the Zeros dive to get the Devastators just before the SPDs showed up?
I mean, to an extent, yes. But if you're talking...
That has been mythologized.
Yeah, it's a lot more is made of it than is strictly relevant, but also the simple fact is you only got a couple of dozen Zeros max on combat air patrol. If you show up with 5 Rangers worth of dive bombers, that's 250 Dauntlesses.
I'm sorry, what?
Yep.
There isn't enough ammunition on the combat air patrol Zeros to make a significant dent in those.
So basically, there's not going to be an opportunity for a Japanese counter-strike. We're just going to wipe out the 4 carriers of the Kinabutai just in one go. That's it, we're done.
I mean, at that point, the single greatest cause of casualties for Dauntless dive bombers at Midway is probably going to be collisions from getting in each other's way.
Because they all want to get the kills on the Japanese assets. That's actually... So, do you see... Just to wrap this up...
I kind of want to animate that now and set it to... what's the little song? I'm going to set everything on fire or something like that.
I think I know what you mean, sort of.
I don't want to set the world on fire from the Fallout games?
Oh, no. It's
I
like
know what you're talking about, yeah.
I don't.
I don't remember the name of it either, though.
I am not the smartest cookie in the cookie jar. If you're talking about replacing every single US carrier prior to the outbreak of war with Enterprise with her crew in her night fighting capacity late war, apart from the fact that there'll be a lot of confused looks from the multiple different clones of the same person looking across from the various different bridges and deck houses of the various ships of the fleet, you've basically given the US an ability to do carrier battles at night when the Japanese can't, which basically means the US gets free kills. It's like the Indian Ocean raid hypothetical that Drax come up with Dr. Clark about what if the British kept going east and intercepted the Japanese at night, except you've now got 5 carriers that can do that, and it's the USS Enterprise and her air wing. Congratulations, Kidabutai, you're being destroyed and you won't even know who did it. Do not resist.
Goodbye, Turkey.
Your typical gunnery officer asks, I can't speak. US museum ships and subs fully armed and seaworthy against late Cold War Soviet Navy ships and subs. It's a little bit outside my knowledge area, but I'll try my best. For US carriers, they can carry modern aircraft, the Iowas can have modern missiles. Well, the Iowas would anyway, because, well, that's the form they're in. I'm sorry to say this, but I love the US museum fleet, but it's, Grey Ghost, what have I told you about pinging people when they're in the channel? You do it to me, you don't have to do it to Drac as well. Basically, I'm sorry to say this, but the Soviet fleet is going to have a field day. Because Soviet submarines are going to look at this and go and laugh hysterically. Because, I'm sorry to say this, but the nuclear-powered attack submarine is a massive game changer in naval operations that the ships of the museum fleet can't counter.
Yeah, they have no counter.
Well, the only things that even have anti-sub weaponry are physically slower.
Like, yeah, good luck trying to counter
There's no point in having hedgehogs or depth charges if the submarine that you're hunting is 10 knots faster than you.
God forbid you run into an alpha and it just yeets off over the horizon at 45 knots.
Just out of interest, anyone who plays World of Warships, I've just posted a ton of codes in the World of Warships gaming channel in Discord.
Oh, so you did.
Thank you for the heads up.
What are those codes for? I haven't played World of Warships in 4 years.
So the first lump of codes, let me just go back to the thing. The first lump of codes are the first lump of codes are subscriber camouflage codes, so that gives you 10 subscriber camos and 10 XP bonuses. As in, like, World of Warships subscriber camos. So it gives you 10 camos and 10 various XP bonuses. So you can activate a ton of codes from that lot. And then the second block give you containers.
Nice. Oh, by the way, Drac, did I show you that Sol, that artist, that wonderful gentleman, has done me a art piece for Ramblings to go in the background of any Ramblings videos I do? He made me a piece of artwork.
You have not?
I am a country ball. I have blue and red hands.
Yes, you do.
Good times. Well, problem is, I can't think of any museum ships that have Azrock. Okay, look, I've not denied it. I am a Francophile for the French Navy.
It is also his profile picture and has been for years.
Like, hello, why do you think I have Hosh in the middle of my profile picture? There is a reason for it.
I just put the YouTube link to a video with the background song for 250 Dauntless is taking on.
Oh, that's the one you mean. Oh, that's the one.
250 Dauntlesses versus the Kido Butai. It's just a nice little tune.
Oh, that reminds me. A question got asked that I kind of couldn't answer because I didn't really have a ship that really fitted the description. As in ships that we as a panel loathe, as in really dislike. I couldn't really think of one. But I assume you have one, Drag. A ship that you really dislike.
Really dislike?
Yeah, properly full on. Not keen on.
I don't know, actually. I mean, The thing is, when it comes to ships I don't like, I tend to look at them more with just an air of bemused disappointment. Unless you're threatening to make me go on one, then my opinion will probably get a lot more virulent.
Yeah, you make a valid point there. Okay, HMS Captain. HMS Captain is just point. HMS Captain is not so much dislike; it's point and look at the funny, laugh at the funny.
Yeah, I don't dislike HMS Captain. I dislike whoever signed off on it. Like, the ship itself cannot be held responsible for the abomination that it was.
Yeah, because it was down to one man and his obsession with ship design. Like, Coles, you design turrets. That's fine. That's great. Fantastic. Brilliant. You're not a ship designer. Was he a ship designer?
No.
No.
No, I love Vasa because it's such a fascinating historical artifact. Which it is. Like, the history we have from that ship is wonderful. It sucks that it sank. But on the other hand,
historical record
we have it.
Yeah. Well, and with any luck, hopefully in the next month or so, we might rediscover it.
Oh,
yep, that's the hope.
So, from what we're aware so far, has Captain landed on her keel? From what it seems like.
If the wreck that we suspect is Captain, then she's almost certainly sitting on her keel on the bottom, with maybe a 20-degree list.
I mean,
and if the it's a multi-beam sonar image, so it's not massively high res. But if the interpretation that we've arrived at is correct, then she's sitting mostly upright on the bottom. Her masts are probably still there, and the turrets fell off and have landed next to her.
God knows where? Oh, next door. Okay.
Yeah, literally just next to her, which means it either means she sank pretty much straight down,
or she did a full roll just before she hit the bottom, which enabled her to fall out, but not drift far away.
Yeah, I mean, possibly she sank down, because the thing is, she had the hurricane deck over the turret,
yeah.
so possibly she flipped.
For them to fall out, it would have had to have been at a weird angle so they didn't clang against the hurricane deck.
Well, it's possible she flipped over on the surface. The turrets may then have fallen out onto the hurricane deck, and then on her way down, as the drag of the sails and the masts kind of forced her back upright,
of course,
you now would have had loose turrets which could have then fallen out of the side.
She was still rigged for some sail when she went down.
Yeah.
Oh, now this is an excellent time for Callan to ask this question, because we have a Dutchman guy in the chat. Were the Dutch cruisers that were available in 1940 to 41, so De Ruyter, the vessels that were built immediately post World War I, I think they were the Java class, I believe?
One of the Java class, because Sumatra was in the Atlantic.
Oh, was she? I thought... Weren't all Dutch ships recalled to the East Indies after the fall of the Dutch mainland?
No, some of them were in the UK.
Oh.
Among which was Sumatra.
Drac, do you class Tromp as a destroyer leader / large destroyer, or do you class her as a cruiser, as the Dutch did?
It depends what time of the war, because she's in that size class along with the small condottieri, the Capitani Romanis, and some of the larger French contre-torpilleurs. So, all of those variously get assigned either as large destroyers or small light cruisers, depending on who's doing the classification and at which point during the war. So, to be honest, at that stage, you might as well call her whatever the people who were operating her wanted to call her.
I mean, for 1940-41, I think she's a large destroyer? No, actually, I don't think she is, because I think the 5.9-inch guns basically put her into... then again you've got the German... That's so complicated! My mind is breaking down.
Yeah, but the German big destroyers with 5.9-inch guns were stupid.
And Tromp was built around those guns with a
Yeah,
display.
Tromp is significantly larger. She's pushing 4,000 tons when she's fully loaded.
Yeah.
She's got her battery is essentially the same as an Arethusa, and the Arethusa are classified as cruisers.
She's basically an
you have a belt. It's not there's not much of it, but there is a belt there, which destroyers don't usually have.
She's got a fairly heavy anti-aircraft arm. Oh no, sorry, that's Jacob Van Hemrick's the second one that only got a 4-inch battery because they had to complete it in the East Indies or Britain, I believe.
In the UK.
Yeah.
She was finished in the UK.
So she only got she was turned into an anti-aircraft cruiser.
I would personally, I would say that Trump in some ways is a revival of the early 1910s scout cruiser concept. Also in the Royal Navy, the old Arethusa class, the ones they stuck as they're definitely very small cruisers, but they stuck them as big destroyer flotilla leaders for the Harwich Force.
I remember what you mean, yeah. So the Dutch cruisers in 4041, for me personally, this is, I'll obviously let everyone else have their say, because we've got the Dutchman and Drac in the channel to have a say, but for me, given what the Dutch wanted the ships to do, and the budget they had, the threat they were designed to face, and most importantly of all, the reinforcements they were meant to get in 2 to 3 years, that being the 2 to 3 Dutch battle cruisers of the 1047 design, they are perfectly acceptable vessels. De Ruyter especially is a very good example of a mix between the old style of separate gun light cruiser and the modern Washington Treaty style of light cruiser. I do think the Javas were serving a long past their sell-by date, and the Dutch should have like-for-like replaced them with De Ruyter class cruisers, but the budget clearly wasn't there for that.
No, the government was being really fucking stingy with money in the interwar period.
If anyone else has any alternative...
Like, the Navy in and of itself pretty much just, of course, wanted a fleet that could take on a Japanese... invasion force. So then you have to think like what attacked what was present at Java Sea. So a fleet that can beat essentially just something in the range of like 2 to 4 Japanese heavy cruisers and over a dozen destroyers. They wanted a surface fleet which could be able to beat that.
In order to do that, the Dutch made the right call going for their battle cruiser program, because they're not going to get enough heavy cruisers to do that, so they need something that punches harder. They made 100% the right call going for the 1047s.
That they did, but of course, government was like, no, we must not put more money into war stuff. That is bad. War is bad.
Oh, of course.
So the Navy got like pretty much just no money to do anything. Like even during the design process of the government was being extremely fucking stingy, because at first they were like, okay, we want...
They had to drop the super-powering twin, didn't they, for a single?
Yeah, like, it was at first they were like, because they, like, the Admiralty already knew that the government was going to be stingy with money. So they were like, okay, let's not do something that's too big, too quote-unquote radical. So they opted for a design that, in sense of capabilities, was just along the lines of what Leander was. But then the government was still just like, no, that's too much. That's too much. So they rounded it down to a ship of about some 5,000 tons, 6 guns.
The thing that annoys me is that the Dutch Navy basically got the same ship, but minus 1 bloody gun. And for some reason that made the Dutch Parliament
that's because the government was still being really stingy. Because they were like, okay, we'll give you the money, but we don't want 8 guns, purely to make a point.
And then they turn around and fund 3 bloody battle cruisers from German yards.
Well, could be worse. Could be the Australian Navy.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, the current Australian Navy, their current frigate class. Do you know how many CIWS systems they have?
0?
No,
1?
1.
one for the fleet.
What? You can't be serious.
Fucking what?
You can't be serious,
What?
surely.
Right? The Australian. I discovered this while I was on when I was in Australia earlier this year. So the Australian Navy, their latest frigate class, which I'm just trying to find out.
Are they the Anzacs?
I think it's the Anzacs, possibly. No, because the Anzacs don't have a CIWS, I think. Let's have a quick look. Oh no, it must be the Anzacs. Yeah. So basically, when they ordered them, they figured some genius. Yeah, okay, yeah. So they've got the phalanx. So what some absolute genius in the Royal Australian Navy decided that they were going to order so few of them that they weren't going to have more than one or two of them in service at any one time. At which point, if you've only got one or two of them in service at any one time, because you've got, some will be in refit, some will be going into refit, some will be working up from refit or training. So they decided that you only needed one phalanx, and whichever ship was going out on active combat patrol would get to hold the phalanx for that month.
That's hilarious.
Yep. So when I went past Sydney's fleet base, we saw the Warramunga, and we're like, it is not Warramunga's turn to hold the CIWS mount.
Oh my god.
And we saw HMAS Sydney over in Perth, and we're like, and we saw the CIWS mount. I was like, Sydney must be the active ship because it's its turn to hold the CIWS.
Mom
Your
said
typical-
it's my turn on the Xbox.
Yeah.
Your typical gunnery officer. What if Dutch warships could escape and went to the US? Would they have a US refit with both Azurlicans and US electronics? They would have done. The problem you've got is that for the Dutch East Indies campaign is for them do or die. in
Do or
essence.
die, yeah, we will not give up the East Indies.
Like it's the
Yeah, 'cause then what the hell have you got left?
Dutch Guiana, I guess. If you want to be brutally honest. So there was never any real hope of De Ruyter, Java, or anything big enough to be worth the refit and rebuild escaping to the US or Australia. The fact that, and I'll actually tie this into a question that you're going to ask about Dutch submarines, about did the Dutch have fleet submarines, similar subs comparable to US fleet subs? The Dutch didn't have fleet submarines. The Dutch put a lot of faith, and I can say this because I have rewatched your video, Drac, on the Dutch submarines in the Far East. The whole point of the Dutch subs in the Far East were to be large, capable combatants that could do independent operations for long periods of time. It's like a fleet submarine, except without the idea that it's supposed to operate with a battle fleet, in essence. So, in a sense, yes, they had equivalent boats, but not because they were built as fleet submarines.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that the Dutch subs, like the last class of O's, like the O20, O21, etc., O19 for that matter, they combined the combat capabilities of the previous O class with the slightly larger size and range of the Ks. But the Dutch later O's were pretty much like the British T class. They were the big subs for that navy, designed to fight pretty much all comers, but they weren't expected to do 21 knots on the surface to keep up with a fleet, and that meant that they weren't going to be as big as the US fleet subs. I mean, to be perfectly honest, outside of cruiser subs and the occasional, madcap Japanese aircraft carrying ones, there was precious little in World War II that approached the size of a US fleet sub.
I will point out that a lot of Japanese submarines did carry aircraft. It's surprising quite how many of their larger submarines did.
Yes, but hence why I said the madcap Japanese aircraft carrying designs, because
they were big lads.
outside of scaring a few people off of Sydney at one stage, those aircraft carrying facilities rarely, if ever, were of any use, and very often were a major problem.
Yeah, the problem with the subs that aren't the I-400s is that the Japanese submarine has to stop, open the cannons to contain the aircraft, assemble the aircraft on the catapult, then launch the damn thing, and then when you recover it, you've got to disassemble the aircraft and pack it back into the little snub-nosed thing in a flat.
I mean, it kind of worked for them a couple of times when they flew aircraft over ports, noted what ships were there, what the defences were like, etc., which then told them whether it was worth going in and how to get in. The problem was, after those first couple of times, everyone was like, a Japanese single-engine float plane thousands of miles away from where the Japanese have any bases. I wonder where that could have come from. Guess we should close the submarine nets.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then a few months later, it was like, I better send out some long-range bombers and see if we can figure out where that thing came from.
I mean, the Dutch were... The problem with the Dutch is that they basically were always destined to go down the path they were destined to go down after losing the Anglo-Dutch Wars. There was only going to be one colonial naval power, and the Dutch and British were basically fighting to decide who that was going to be. The British won, so we got to be the big colonial naval power, and the Dutch lost. So they didn't get to have the funding to do that. I'm sorry, Drac. Did I make a mistake?
No, I'm just coughing up still from this stupid virus.
Bullweaves asks, how do the Attilio Rigello, I think, pronunciation? I'm not Italian. Destroyers, quotation marks, compared to their peers in World War II. I assume they're some form of Italian large destroyer type lad.
The only thing I'll just quickly mention with the Dutch Navy before we move on from that and get on to these is that the Dutch Navy actually remained quite, although it wasn't as large, it remained quite a significant force to be reckoned with up till pretty late, because you get like the Battle of Camperdown just before Trafalgar, and that's against the Dutch fleet, which is actually in some ways a harder fought battle than Trafalgar. Because
all their serving sailors and officers.
Yes, the Dutch might not have quite the same number of ships as the French or Spanish navies, but the ones they do have can actually fight properly, which gives the Royal Navy a bit more of a run for its money than.
You've reminded me as well that even during the early 1860 to 1885 ironclad era, the Dutch maintained a fairly sizable fleet of full-scale ocean-going ironclads, along with a bunch of monitors.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing. So people often underestimate some of the slightly smaller navies, but it's amazing what a difference a competent crew could make.
I think it is basically the introduction of what we term the modern pre-dreadnought battleship that puts a nail into the coffin for a lot of smaller navies to operate full-scale capital ships, because the full-size pre-dreadnought is a step above what had come before, in the same way dreadnought was a step above the pre-dreadnoughts.
Basically, they got priced out.
Yeah, basically, if you want to be blunt about it.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
As the technology got more expensive and more complex, and there was just more of it because ships started getting bigger, there started to be an upper threshold for what
liability.
What people could either build themselves, because a lot of countries liked to retain their own fleet building capability, or if they would just go throw the towel in and go stuff it, we can't build a full-scale modern capital ship. It was then a case of, well, how much are we willing to pay?
Yeah.
Um,
Although, shush, don't tell the Dutch prior to World War One they wanted 10 bloody dreadnoughts.
There's lots of schemes where people want a lot of things. They're not necessarily going to get them.
True. I mean, didn't everybody prior to World War One want at least one dreadnought? The Portuguese wanted a British 13.5, the Dutch wanted 4 to 10, Germans
At some point,
wanted
I'm going to do. I'm going to do a long Wednesday video that's just going to be, here are all the crazy things that Vickers designed pre-World War One for all these people who wanted dreadnoughts.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Before we move on to the long-delayed question about the Attilio Regilio class destroyers, just the last thing I swear on is Gov. I was meaning to ask you about this, Drac, but I haven't actually had a chance to speak to you. You spoke in the dry dock, not this weekend, but the weekend before last, about what designs the Austrian Navy could use to actually, what could have refit benefit post-World War One. I'm surprised you didn't close in on the Austrian 6 8-inch cruisers, because that's a design superior to anything, even the Hawkins, in terms of cruiser armament.
To an extent, but when I was looking at those, I was looking partly at more at the capital ships end of things, but I was also looking more at the overall rounded, well-balanced designs, because though those Austro-Hungarian cruisers are great as long as you want to run around blitzing people in the Adriatic. If you want to actually, go out into the Atlantic, or you want to fight someone who might fire back with similar levels of firepower, the phrase glass cannon comes to mind. Whereas some of the Austro-Hungarian capital ship designs, I mean, they did suffer a little bit in the same way that some of the later US battleship designs in the late 1910s and early 20s did, from just going, oh, this armor was good before, we're just going to keep running with it. Same as all the H-class designs for the Germans in World War II.
I mean, I noticed, their big 16-inch armed capital ship has armor that wouldn't protect it against bloody 13.5-inch guns. Never mind the gun itself.
As I said, it's like with the H-class and with the later standards and post-standard designs. They're kind of going, well, this was perfectly fine protection before, we're just going to run with that and see what else we can get on this hull form. I suspect that they probably would have revised the armor spec later, but of course we only have the early stage paper designs, at which point they're not really paying that much attention to that sort of thing. But the thing is that, as thin as that armor might be, it will at least afford some protection against some capital ships it's likely to come up against. Like, at that stage, every Italian dreadnought.
True.
So it's a bit more of a balanced design than the I get to shoot you and pray to every deity that I believe in and some that I don't, that no one shoots back at me, which is the summation of some of their lighter ships.
Also, I would point out that if the Austrians have got some of these monstrous capital ships, you better believe the Francesco Carajuelos are being finished. Cost and economic restrictions be damned. At which point their armor means Jack's squad, if you'll pardon my expression. We should probably move on, because we've been stuck on this for a good long while. So, the Attilio Regilio class destroyers, which I assume are half destroyer, half small Italian cruiser. How do they compare to their peers? Bull Reeves asks.
They don't really have any peers, because they're this weird. They're more commonly known as the Capitani Romanis. They're basically, they're this kind of slightly odd, a little bit too large to be a very large destroyer, a little bit too small to be considered a proper light cruiser. But with the Italian case in particular, they've just gone speed.
Speed. My God.
Yeah,
How much
I mean,
horsepower are they putting down those two shafts?
110,000. They've got more shaft horsepower on. They've got more shaft horsepower on just under 4,000 tons standard than quite a lot of battleships.
Bloody Jesus, if you'll pardon my expression.
I mean, basically, they are the last stage in the pre-war design escalation competition between Italy and France. So the French have kind of maxed out the destroyer potential with the contre-torpilleurs, and so the Italians have responded by basically going, we're building a very small, very fast light cruiser.
So they're a counter to the Mogadors, the French destroyers with 8...
Yeah.
4.9 inch, I think it is, or something like that.
Or 5 point something, is whatever the French use.
5.1, I think.
Yeah. But then, so these things are basically they're using they're 8 guns, but they're like 135 mils, something like that.
135.
Yeah, they're some kind of they're this little intermediate class, but they have torpedo tubes. They're in some ways they're like destroyers, because unlike Trump, for example, they don't have any belt armor.
Could you argue
they are incredible.
Could you argue sorry, I'm dying. Could they be?
They're incredibly quick.
Could they be a revival of the destroyer leader concept, except for large destroyers? I know destroyer leaders hadn't died; the British had kept them going as a concept. But could these be large destroyer leaders?
I mean, they could. They're this kind of, as I said, they're this weird halfway house between. I would call them another iteration of the scout cruiser dash flotilla leader from World War I concept, except for the fact that they have no protection of their own. So, in some ways, in a lot of ways, they are just massively overgrown destroyers, except for the fact they're so massively overgrown that they're actually too big
could we
to
call
fit the
them
class.
a modern revival of the unprotected cruiser concept from the 1880s?
They're too destroyer-like and too fast. Because I mean, when you compare them to a daring class, and bear in mind, a daring class is a big, chunky, immediate post-World War II destroyer, and the darings have 2 less guns. The guns themselves are smaller, and they're a heck of a lot slower. And a daring that's running at full load is only marginally heavier than a Capitani Romani at standard loading.
It does show
So
how much destroyers increased in size.
Well, I say that you end up running into this weird half-light between the large destroyer and the light cruiser, but it's. I mean, these things are carrying more engine power than some full-size cruisers.
It does make you wonder. Your typical gunner officer asks, what if the US had every class of warship in World War II classified as large? Large destroyers, large cruisers, large battleships, large aircraft carriers, and large submarines. How would these ships look like? I hate to break it to you, Chief, but they...
We already did.
Yeah, large... Okay, the only one they didn't have was large destroyers, but allow me to list off everything else. Large cruisers, the Alaskas. Large battleships, the Montanas. Large aircraft carriers. Allow me to introduce the actress known as USS Midway. And large submarines. Allow me to introduce the glorious vessel known as USS Nautilus. The only thing they didn't have was a large destroyer, and that vessel would probably look something like a Fletcher, but stretched slightly, and...
I mean, you could make an argument that's the Atlanta.
You know what? That makes an uncomfortable amount of sense, and I'm not happy
What
with
they were
how
designed
much
to do
sense that
originally.
makes. I'm not comfortable with how much sense that makes, Drac. But yeah, the US did actually have all of those. I had a very spirited argument with a gentleman about whether the Alaskas were large cruisers or battle cruisers. I said that they're not battle cruisers. They're just heavy cruisers.
Oh, you've got the Des Moines as well, actually, at that point.
Like personally, I made the argument that the Des Moines and the Alaskas are two different solutions to the same problem. It's just that one has gone for more rounds down range, and the other one has gone for larger rounds down range. But they're still the same. They're still a solution to the same problem. Spirit of Spiteful... Oh, that's Petch. Petchington asks, De Ruyter needs to be rebuilt with 8-inch guns. You couldn't rebuild De Ruyter with 8-inch guns. She doesn't have the displacement or barbette space for it.
Indeed.
Your typical gunnery officer asks, again, what was the thought process of IGN subs only having frontal torpedo tubes?
Running away is for the weak.
That's kind of funny.
It's true, though.
Yep.
Like, if you are trying to and the idea of, you are either trying to kill them or you are leaving. And those are binary states.
Like, if you're trying to hide from ASW escorts, you don't really have the time to use a rear torpedo tube.
I mean, this is also the Navy that, not as ceremonial weapons, but issued katanas to its submarine crew in the genuine belief that they might need them for boarding actions.
Jesus Christ.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Typical gunnery.
The Japanese Navy submarines were supposed to be driven by captains who, like, if you were to use a World of Warships analogy, they only knew W.
Your typical gunnery officer asks a question very close to my heart. Did the Spanish naval power projection go downhill during and after the US-Spanish War? During? No. The Spanish Navy was mismanaged during the Spanish-American War and should have, by every metric, kicked the US back to bloody isolation. I still maintain the Spanish should have won that godforsaken war. They had all the tools they needed to do it.
Yeah, but Spain and naval success kind of parted company around 1550.
Yes, but they could have won. Like, Pelayo is the equal of any US battleship, and if a bunch of Spanish destroyers rock up and sink 3 US battleships, Pelayo can handle the rest.
Well, yeah. I mean, fitting actual guns to the ships you've bought might also have helped.
Oh, yeah, the one Italian cruiser they bought and didn't actually fit the 10-inch guns to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have a point there.
And to be honest, given how terrible the Infanta Maria Theresas were, I think their original plan of a battle division of Pelayos would have worked a lot better.
If they'd have had a battle division of Pelayos, they could have actually gone and challenged the US to battle.
Ooh.
Like, Spain had a good number of competent modern light cruisers to act as a screen, along with their ocean-going destroyers. The armoured cruisers were a stone around the Spanish neck. But to answer the actual question, before I go off on a tangent about how Spain should have won that war, totally honest, we swear, Gov. Yes, after the US-Spanish War, the Spanish Navy went into something of a nadir for about 5 to 10 years. The Spanish Navy doesn't start reasserting itself until the Dreadnought era, when they order the Hispanias. And it's worth pointing out the Hispanias, despite what everyone says about them, I consider them to be a remarkable achievement, and I'd argue, not the world's smallest dreadnoughts as they are often claimed. I'd consider the Hispanias to be the world's largest coast defense ships, if not the ultimate expression of that concept. Drac, what do you think to that? I've been dying to put this to you for ages. Do you agree with my assessment? Have anything to say on it?
I think they ended up being used in that fashion.
But...
in function, they ended up being used as big coastal defense ships. But if you look at the original specs that were issued, they were originally supposed to be able to be oceanic warships. They weren't very good at it, but that's separate from what they were supposed to actually be.
You make a valid point. I mean, they were really supposed to be the first in a new Spanish battleship construction lineage, but then World War I happened.
World War I happens to a lot of design ideas.
Because they were supposed to get this 13.5-inch battleship from the British, but they never ended up getting it, because World War I. But the Spanish didn't really recover until the late 20s, early 30s, when Spain actually went on a little bit of a building spree, ironically enough prior to the Spanish Civil War. The Spanish bought a bunch of not quite treaty-like cruisers, but they were basically dancing on the edge of being treaty-like cruisers. And then they basically went full bore and said, what if we had a treaty-era town, but with none of the weaknesses of the treaties? And ordered the pair of 8-inch heavy cruisers that were the most modern Spanish heavy units going into the Spanish Civil War. Which I still maintain are some of the finest treaty-era cruisers ever built. Honestly, the interwar Spanish Navy deserves a lot more credit than it gets. USS Grey Ghost asks, oh boy, I can almost feel my brain cells degrading, but here we go. If the US built the Bismarck, what would it look like, and would the US be able to eliminate any of the major weaknesses in her? Allow me to present to you the artist formerly known as North Carolina.
Actually, more like South Dakota, and hello.
Oh, hi, Cyclic. Nice to see you.
Yeah, it really would be the South Dakotas. And I think Drac can go a little bit more into that, but if you want US Bismarck, it's either going to be the South Dakotas, or if you're looking at tonnage, something around the Iowas.
Yeah, well, yeah, as Cyclic said, because you've got to remember, North Carolina was an attempt to comply with the 14-inch clause in the treaties. Bismarck obviously isn't complying with that, so it's a case of...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the question's just been clarified. She's being built to the German specifications for her, or can the US build her more cheaply, or eliminate much of her fault?
I can tell you what it would look like: a bunch of forced retirements.
You want me to do what?
Because that ship is not a competent design. The precursor to Nav Ships, Bureau of Ships, would have a bunch of forced retirements, or they'd have to be the guys behind the Mark 14.
Yeah, I mean, the only way you're going to get...
because those
the only way
are bad.
Yeah, the only way you could say build Bismarck to German specs would be if the specs were, we want a ship this long that goes at 30 knots armed with 8 15-inch guns, or 8 heavy guns. At that stage of nebulous spec, you could probably get something that looked vaguely Bismarck-like. But the US Navy at that stage is well past using twin turrets, so they're going to go for triples. Yeah, they're not going to experiment with any thought about using diesels. They're not going to go for the ridiculous, we have negative reserve displacement, stupid turtleback design.
Would we basically end up seeing the Bismarck that you described when you fixed?
Well, no, because the Bismarck that I described in my redesigning thing, I was specifically limiting myself to not even what the Germans potentially could have built, but what the Germans had available, and you could vaguely plausibly have persuaded somebody to change to. Because, you know, I didn't even go with using dual-purpose 127s, which the Germans had the 127, they had an AA version of it, they did eventually make a naval dual-purpose 127mm. It was just far too late for, well, almost everything, but technically there's nothing stopping you from taking the 127 that exists in the mid-30s and going, we're making it dual purpose there and then. But that was enough of a timeline break that I decided I'm not going to go for that. It was just easier to go, you know what, stuff it, would take off the 6-inch and stick more 4.1s on. But yeah, it's there's so much to change about Bismarck's design that you could make a ship that looked like Bismarck visually, but it would be a completely different ship that had basically killed Bismarck and stolen its skin and was wearing it like an ill-fitting suit.
But was more efficient in every way that mattered.
Well, yeah, I mean, I actually, I actually went through and calculated the reserve buoyancy of the Citadel of Bismarck. So, for those of you who aren't aware, ships have two reserve buoyancies. You have a general reserve buoyancy, which is described across any ship, and that is essentially how much additional displacement is there from its waterline up to the lowest point at which there's an unrestricted access for water, so that's usually the upper deck. Which is essentially a crude way of saying how much additional weight can we add to this thing before the ship is awash to a point it's going to start taking in water through open vents and doors. That applies to all ships. And incidentally, if you're interested, the reserve buoyancy on that level for an Iowa-class battleship is roughly equivalent to the sum total weight of a USS Texas.
That's somewhat incredible.
Yeah, I don't know quite how you'd balance USS Texas on an Iowa-class battleship, but if you could, you would end up with the upper deck of an Iowa being a couple of inches above the water.
Good lord.
But it would still be flat. But there's also, for warships, armored warships specifically, there's the Citadel reserve buoyancy, and that is essentially if the ship is turned into a colander, with the exception of the Citadel, how much buoyancy is inherent to that Citadel that if it remains unbreached, will it hold the rest of the ship up? And that's a concept that goes all the way back to HMS Warrior. Now, not every armoured warship in World War II had a Citadel that could keep it afloat if the bow and stern were completely riddled, but most of them did. But the thing is, in order to do that, if you think about it, if you look at a ship's waterline, everything below that waterline is already displacing water. Okay? So any armoured volume below that waterline is just occupying space that you don't have to compensate for further up. What your armoured Citadel above the waterline has to compensate for is your bow and stern being riddled, and potentially things like torpedo defence systems being compromised.
Makes sense.
And yeah, so in that respect, you can immediately start to see the problem when you look at the waterline on a cross-section of Bismarck and realise that its turtleback Citadel is about level with that waterline. Yeah, and then I went and got the full framing cross-section of Bismarck, ran all the calculations on a spreadsheet, and then allowing for the fact that obviously that's not a hollow volume, that's got, big lumps of machinery and so forth inside there taking up space, which will not obviously be buoyant. Bismarck works out at the most optimistic to have a Citadel reserve buoyancy of 37,000 tons against a 42,000 ton displacement, which means that if you flood the bow and the stern of Bismarck, it now has an overall net buoyancy of negative 5,000 tons. And if you've ever seen a 5,000 ton weight dropped into the ocean, you give you some idea of how quickly that's going down.
Oh, Jesus H. Tap Dancing Christ. Pardon my expression.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a as I've pointed out in a dry dock and a one or two live visits to people, there's a reason that Bismarck sank faster from the moment she was first hit to the moment she slipped under the water than Kirishima.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah.
And
Plus, of course,
Kirishima is the definition of outmatched in that fight.
Yeah.
Like,
And Bismarck has the additional helpful feature of because of the turtleback, the free surface effect, which is basically, the internal water that floods your ship acts independently to the water outside.
Yes.
The turtleback design makes it far more likely that Bismarck will probably capsize and sink even before that point is reached, because even if the Citadel actually functions as designed and no water gets in, it's sitting so low already, you riddle the ends, the Citadel is now going to be completely underwater. You can now punch holes in the side of the ship, water comes flooding in above the Citadel, water sits above the Citadel, and as the ship rolls, there are these massive wedge-shaped sections on either side where the armor deck is sloping down, which will retain thousands of tons of water when the ship rolls in that direction, which can lead to very quick cumulative capsizing. So even if the ship actually somehow still has a degree of buoyancy left in it, it will roll over and sink anyway.
Yeah, makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, basically people are always like, oh, Bismarck was so tough. It's like, no, Bismarck was rendered combat ineffective in record time. The only capital ship that didn't sink with a magazine explosion, that sank faster than Bismarck, was Prince of Wales, and that was only by a couple of minutes, and that was with basically almost the entirety of the stern section massively compromised thanks to that flailing propeller shaft. And even then...
She was being attacked by torpedoes.
Yes.
Entirely, not shell fire.
Yeah, and even then, on top of all of that, Prince of Wales was still actually fighting a lot longer than Bismarck. Bismarck went combat ineffective
very quickly.
Literally the fastest. She went combat ineffective the fastest any 20th century capital ship has ever gone combat ineffective, with the exception of the ones whose magazines exploded.
Indeed.
Literally the only thing she's good at is not sinking immediately.
Bishatron asks,
Even then, she went down faster than a 20th century battle cruiser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Multiple.
Bishatron asks a very interesting question. Between the years 1890 to 1900, what were some genuinely good warships that never saw action that you think could have distinguished themselves if they had the chance? Now, I'm personally biased towards the French here.
I didn't hear the question, because you're kind of soft.
Sorry, allow me to repeat myself. Between the year 1890 to 1900, what were some genuinely good warships that never saw action that you think could have distinguished themselves if they had the chance? Now, me personally, I'm biased towards the French. I would have loved to have seen what some of the French pre-dreadnoughts and barbette ships could have done, those that never saw combat, if they'd have had a chance to go against a peer opponent. But that's just me.
I have no particular opinion.
I don't know enough about the era.
Yeah, the 1890 to 1900, the problem is pretty much everything the US built did see combat in the Spanish-American War. Everything the Russians and Japanese built saw combat in the Russo-Japanese War.
Like with the Germans, the Italians, the British, and the French.
Well, even the Italians, they had like the Italians got stuck into a couple of fights before World War One,
And
They
the
did,
dreadnoughts
but the
all
Italo-Turkish
died,
War...
if memory serves.
I mean,
yeah, and then you've got the fact in World War One, if you're talking 1890 to 1900, that's your very late year ironclads, early pre-dreadnoughts. Almost everything did get dragged into action. I mean, the Majestics got hauled in to shoot at the Dardanelles. Brennus was sailing around trying to be relevant.
I mean, Hoche and the Marceaus didn't see action, sadly, much as I would have loved them to.
Yeah, but
And the Royal Sovereigns were done and gone, along with the Trafalgar-class turret ships and the...
only just. The Royal Sovereigns were still in reserve. Some of them.
Really?
Yeah, they hadn't got around to breaking them all up yet. I mean, they were never going to be brought back into frontline commission, but they were still technically around, hull-wise.
If y'all hear city noises in the background, it's because I have to have my windows open, my AC's out, and I live in the Florida Panhandle.
That makes sense.
That'll do it.
That makes sense. Yeah, that would do it.
And I'm sure you can hear the frustration.
Yes, Cyclic, your frustration is hard to miss. Grey Ghost asks a somewhat hilarious question. If the USS Olympia was sent back to the US Civil War, how might it impact future US designs? Not to put too fine a point on it, but the USS Olympia, despite being 30 years the senior of the designs in the US Civil War, is only going to point the way. She's not going to massively change the design lineage of the United States Navy.
Well, the bigger problem here is the Navy can't afford to run her in that time period, immediately post Civil War.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
during the
they
Civil
have.
War, she's going to get used to like deck the Confederate ironclads, but
I don't think she's going to get used for that. I think she's going to be sent out to hunt the raiders. With her
no, I
range and
don't think
speed.
so.
No, because the raiders are annoying, but you can deal with the raiders with counter raiders. Whereas,
Raiders aren't all that important.
yeah, if you use Olympia, you can basically do the Olympia Victory tour of the US southern and eastern coasts
Until she runs
and
out of ammunition.
wipe out any and all Confederate warships in a matter of
As long as it takes her to traverse it.
yeah.
Like, and post-war, they're going to have to layer up because the Navy's not going to be able to afford her.
In terms of design lineage, though, she's going to basically show.
It's
that
not
this
really
is-
going to affect anything because they're not going to be able to afford to build anything.
Yeah, well, because the other problem is that Olympia's guns fall just this side of the technological divide that you have in the 1880s and 1890s, where you go over from short barrel to long barrel guns using new kinds of explosive,
And also.
and that requires quite an advance in metallurgy.
And also, she's also just that side of the quick-firing revolution, reaching 8-9-inch guns.
Yeah, but the big problem is that in the American Civil War in the 1860s, the US is actually about, technologically speaking, is about 5 to 10 years behind France and Britain in metallurgy terms. I mean, it's one of the reasons the Dahlgren guns are what they are,
The large
because
guns.
they're large, massively overbuilt, essentially naval shotguns, because they tried to replicate British and French smaller, higher muzzle velocity weapons in the immediate predecessor to the American Civil War, and that's how you ended up with the Princeton explosion. So when they were faced with, we need more firepower, they couldn't go with, steel shot, better powder, better metallurgy in the guns to get higher velocity, lighter weight guns that you could carry in large numbers. It was just a case of, well, we've got what we do, and we can build that really freaking big, and make up for it that way, which is essentially what the Dahlgrens do. But, I mean,
The
It's
Dolphins
fair
were
when you're
so
up against
overbuilt.
wooden warships.
Sorry, go on, Cycling.
There is an argument for that against wooden warships, but not against armored warships.
yeah. And so the thing is, it's like you can look at Olympia all you like, but you do not have the technology to replicate her,
And by the
or
time,
most of their parts.
and by the time the money comes around to replicate her, you've basically all she's doing is basically saying build ships like me when the US is going to build ships like her anyway.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, given how mercenary some companies were at the time, probably the best thing that they could do with Olympia would be, after they've run her out of spare parts and everything during the American Civil War, would be to just lay her. Obviously, this requires a little bit of future knowledge or far-sightedness by someone, but would be to lay her up for about 10 to 15 years, and then around about 1880-ish, when you start to get places like Crusoe start to make some real inroads into nickel steel production, and then obviously during the 1880s, when the propellant and gunpowder is is being advanced, then at that early stage of proceedings, you could offer a kind of to cut a deal with one of those companies and say, look, we'll either let you inspect, or either inspect her or even sell her to you in exchange for basically a share and plans for all the stuff they're deriving, which would then give US steel manufacture and machinery manufacturer a big leg up, but it's a leg up you're not going to see for probably a couple of decades after the end of the Civil War. But that would actually be quite helpful, because you get things like, poor old Maine sitting around for 3 or 4 years because the steel company has said, yes, we can build you steel for her armor plate, and then it turns out no, they can't, and they have to go begging on hands and knees to Vickers and
I mean, there is also
essentially buy a whole new steel factory in kit form and have it shipped over from Vickers, just so that they have the tools to make the armor that they promised in the first place.
That's also true, but
That's one way to jump your nation up.
Is it also not true that Texas and Maine would look different? You wouldn't have this on echelon design. They'd have Olympia to reference. Go, yes, 4.5 turrets.
Not necessarily. Design doesn't work that way.
Possibly.
Yeah, both the biggest problem for Maine and Texas wasn't that the US was unaware of 4.5 design, because obviously that had been a thing since Devastation. The biggest problem was infrastructure, because the spec was, we want this armament, but we want this armament and this protection and this speed on a ship that can be built in the existing US shipbuilding infrastructure.
Yes.
So it was the case of, we have to make it quite short then, because that's the only way it's fitting. Yeah.
Turrets.
And there's nothing about having a future ship sitting around, in a dock that's going to force them to build bigger slipways.
I suppose there's a reason why Texas and Maine were one-offs.
Yes, well, this was the thing. Once they got the idea in their heads that they wanted to build battleships, and somebody realised just how many compromises those initial 2 ships had to make, the US shipyards started to, as well as the government to a certain extent, started to make fairly large leaps. So you go from Maine and Texas to the Indianas, which are, they have their flaws, but they're pretty respectable as coastal defense ships.
They're also dramatically better than Maine and Texas.
Yeah, and then from that, it's only one more step till you get Iowa BB4, which is small, but it is a perfectly functional pre-dreadnought.
I will just jump to the defense of Maine and Texas here, given that they were designed as sort of a, not knee-jerk, but very much a, oh, bloody hell, the Brazilians have a pair of battleships. In response to those 2 Brazilian ships, Maine and Texas would absolutely wipe the floor with them.
Well, you'd hope so, because they're designed 5 to 10 years after reacquiring.
I know, but still, the point kind of.
To be honest, that's like trying to defend the Super Dreadnought Texas by saying it could totally beat a Duncan class in a fight.
All right, you've got me there. Fair enough, Drac. That's a fair cop. I'll very quickly answer this question myself. Alaska's but with Stalingrad guns make what? The most confusing large cruiser the world's ever seen. Moving swiftly on.
They make nothing more than what you would practically get out of the Alaskas anyways.
The guns of the Alaskas and the Stalingrads are of the same era, the same caliber, designed to do the same thing. Tevin has asked a very interesting question that I'm actually quite pleased that he's asked this. How did the conversion of the Furutakas from 6 turrets of single 8-inch with individual barbettes to 3 turrets of twin 8-inch with 3 barbettes work? Because that's actually a very interesting question. I don't actually have the answer to that myself.
What was that?
How did the conversion of the Furutakas from 6 singles with 6 single barbettes to 3 twins with 3 twin barbettes work?
It was basically a complete rebuild. Yeah, I mean the short version is it was a complete rebuild. The longer version is
You can just say it's a complete rebuild, basically. That works fine.
yeah. I mean, the thing is, there's rebuilds and there's rebuilds because like Warspite rebuild doesn't fundamentally change the main armament layout, but realistically, if you look at pictures of Furutaka in the 1920s, and then you look at the pictures of her in the or either of them, Furutaka or Alba, you look at pictures of them in World War II, you can see they are almost completely different ships. They've basically taken them down and built them back up again almost from scratch. Just essentially keeping the whole framing and the keel and the basic components lower down.
That to me just seems like a waste of time. I mean, yes, it got them slightly more ergonomically refined ships, but for the costs involved, you'd have been better off building a new set of ships and converting them into something else, like seaplanes.
That requires the slips, the dry docks, all of that they need for other things.
And the treaty, remember? The treaty said they couldn't build new.
Oh, right.
If they completely remodernized the existing ships, because this is the thing, remember, that fundamentally they have the same main armament. Yes, it's new guns, and it's a completely new layout, but they're 6-gun heavy cruisers when they go in, they're 6-gun heavy cruisers when they come out. So from a legal perspective, they've just had a really deep reset.
Y'all mind if I answer a LCS question?
Sure, go
Okay,
for it.
Alright, so broadly with the LCS, they are retiring the freedoms that have the combining gear defects because it's just not worth the money to open them up in a way they were never designed to be opened up. And they are still commissioning ships that don't have that issue that are freedoms or are independence class. The first 2 of each class are slated for decommissioning, and a bit of programmatic brilliance, the first 2 of each class were prototype ships that were not built to actual warship standards. Part of this was to help the 2 shipyards get up to speed on building warships. Part of this was also just programmatic stupidity, thanks to DoD and Congress. But the way LCS is being handled going forward is they are being split into 2 mission roles, where every ship is permanently assigned 1 mission. And those 2 roles are anti-surface warfare and mine countermeasures. All of them are getting armed with anti-ship missiles. All of them will be getting guided ammunition both for anti-air and anti-surface for their 57mm guns. The anti-surface warfare ones are also getting a 24 Hellfire VLS for use against small craft.
Hellfire VLS?
Yeah. There's two of them being offered by U.S. companies right now. But the Navy's already selected one for LCS.
Very good.
The other one works as an insert into Mark 41.
Nice. Good.
And that same system would allow to utilize cam, things like that. That right there that you see in chat is the one that's going on the LCS for pure Hellfire.
I see.
Or Jagam, the Hellfire replacement. The Navy has been looking at putting the same electronic warfare package that's going on the Constellation class frigates onto the LCSs. This would be Sea Whip Light. That is broadly what's going on with LCS. As of now, there is no direct follow-on program starting. I expect at some point there will end up being one, because that tonnage class is very useful. I would honestly prefer a separate program for the MCM, because when it comes to MCM, that mission is shifting much more to the use of drones, which, to be fair, the LCS is a huge improvement in that regard over the Avengers.
I see.
A massive improvement. First of all, they have anti-missile defense. Second of all, they can defend themselves against surface targets. But third and most importantly for the mission, it's the fact that they are much better adapted for using the more modern unmanned systems and air systems. So there's a system that can go on a Seahawk that allows the Seahawk to do shallow water mine detection through the water column, or detect moored mines that are shallow out in deeper water, as well as surface mines, and help map out a minefield, that sort of thing.
Fantastic.
And compared to the Avengers, the LCS can actually operate the remote, the unmanned surface vehicle that is supposed to, or that already is, because it's gone through IOC, the new minesweeping gear. It tows that, so a manned vessel does not have to go into a minefield. And there's very good reason for that with modern mines, both captive torpedo mines, where you get a torpedo launched at you by the mine, and more conventional but smarter mines that go based off of acoustic signature and things like that. It is a very bad idea against modern mines to go into a minefield to clear it, because you clear it with your own ship these days. You can't just try to navigate through it with minesweeping gear to keep the mines from getting swung into you by your wake. You just die these days. Now, obviously, cheap floating mines and cheap moored mines are still a thing. It's how you get bulk in a minefield. But how you prevent a minefield from being an easy clear is you put these smarter, more advanced mines in it. Because not every nation can be the United States and deploy things like submarine-launched mobile mine and really ruin your day.
Quite. You got any more on the LCS's cycling?
That's about it.
Alright then, back to the Second World War. With a slightly hilarious question from Bull Reeves. What if the USN, for some hand-wavy reason, which I do think is kind of funny, but because I'm perfectly happy to handle it because this context is kind of funny, gave Poland the 2 Nevada class in the lead up to World War II, after their 1937 rebuilds? Well, first off, the Poles are going to be both happy and sad. Because first off,
they can't grow them.
Yeah, exactly. They've got 2 battleships, but they can't crew them.
And they'd probably get sunk in port. Like, because that's the day one freaking the hour 1 airstrike going in, right? Like,
oh yeah, completely.
Although one of them having a knockdown drag out fight like sunk up to its main deck. in port and then having a knockdown drag-out fight with Schleswig-Holstein would be hilarious.
Oh, completely. Have one of them in Danzig. It's just Schleswig-Holstein comes in and she opens up, and the Nevada class goes, "Excuse me, how dare you fire on my colleagues?"
I take
And
offense
just
to your
levels
existence.
12 14-inch guns at Schleswig-Holstein. Oh.
In fact, at that point, the Battle of the Westerplatte might actually finish with whichever one of them, let's say it's Nevada, being the last holdout. Because if she's sunk up to however deep she can sink in the port, as long as the magazines are still watertight, and as long as the main deck is still above the upper deck is still above water, there's precious little you could do. Because what you're going to do, you shoot at the superstructure. Well, that's no longer necessary because you're firing over effectively open sites. You can't sink a ship more than completely sunk, which she would be at that point. And there's precious little in the German land arsenal that can penetrate the armor plate of the 14-inch gun turrets.
And also, all it takes is one point-blank bombardment from the 12-14s of Nevada to make Schleswig-Holstein go up like a bloody firecracker.
The resistance would basically continue until they ran out of ammo.
Basically, yeah.
The only question at that point would be if they decided to play dead to sucker Schleswig-Holstein in. Just quickly, because I've got to head off to bed to try and fight off the last of this stupid virus. Arnett asks, did Bismarck get it? They're talking about it, Bismarck being rendered combat ineffective the fastest. Did she get incapacitated significantly faster than other battleships that were up against similar firepower? Well, obviously, it's a little difficult to quantify because there's a limited number of dreadnought and later battleship engagements. So, a specific engagement that's a 2v1 peer-on-peer action, that doesn't really crop up very often. But when you look at the battleships of the 20th century that were essentially sunk or rendered combat ineffective in a surface combat action with approximately peer opponents, the Borodinos at Tsushima took about, on average, around an hour and a half to render combat ineffective. Now, obviously, you can take that with a little bit of a pinch of salt because it is a pre-dreadnought engagement with pre-dreadnought firing accuracy rates. But Scharnhorst was still firing away with her one operational main gun turret about 2.5 hours after the first hits from Duke of York. Kirishima veered off, and obviously she wasn't in a position to engage Washington after she'd veered off, but her gun turrets remained operational pretty much until the last stages of her heeling over and sinking, which was again about 2.5 to 3 hours. Lutzow went down hours and hours and hours after taking fatal damage, and after Jutland, and she was still her main armament again remained operational for the most part for 4 or 5 hours after that initial damage. So you have this pattern of hour and a half to 2.5 hours or so for a battleship from first hit to completely combat non-operational if they're being shelled, whereas Bismarck was completely combat in non-operational inside of an hour and effectively combat non-operational inside of about 20 minutes. Because she sank just about a little bit over an hour and a half after the first impact. Although I do find it very funny that there's clearly been some people who have decided to go through and re-edit various articles online in the wake of some of the videos I've done, desperately sticking in tons of citations, and I'm just looking at the citations and going, that's not what those things actually say.
Oh dear.
Ha!
That desperate are they?
Yeah, it's like the ship's large metacentric height kept her afloat, and they're citing the Garsky Dueling Endurance Bismarck book that came out recently. And it's like, one, metacentric height does not work that way.
Two,
And two,
no.
that's not what that book actually says. Oh dear. I sometimes wish I had the that clip of Morbo from Futurama. Ooh, do you think there's enough Morbo the News Monster in Futurama for me to extract enough clips of him to feed into a voice AI to make a Morbo voice AI?
Yes, absolutely. I don't doubt that there is.
I need to do that because then I can just start auto-generating clips for people like that, where it's like, metacentric height does not work that way.
Drac, honestly, sometimes.
Oh dear. Right. Well, before I choke in my yeah, there you go. The Mr. Guy put that in.
No, I 100% get that. I've been dealing with a horrible illness myself for the last week and a half.
Yeah.
You have my sympathies. I completely understand. I had to literally do the same thing you're doing, like last week with ramblings, because I just couldn't do it. I was literally choking on my own bloody fluids.
Yeah, no, I completely. I just could see a good comment from them. I completely understand where you're coming from. It's just, yeah, it is quite difficult to It is quite difficult to come up with exactly similar matchups because there is just so few.
The only thing I
So
can
few
think of,
battleship engagements.
the only thing I can think of in terms of peer-on-peer engagements with similar numbers of ships on either side would be the Battle of the River Plate.
Yeah, but then that's a very unequal because you think about the tonnage and firepower of Exeter, Ajax, and Achilles, and the tonnage and firepower of Graf Spee. It's in terms of the outnumbering, sure, but it's a we need more battleship engagements, damn it.
While we're on the topic of, the tonnages kind of match up. Baltimore and Hipper.
Did Baltimore and Hippo?
One is a perfect example of how not to design a heavy cruiser.
Yeah.
The other is an example of how to design a heavy cruiser.
Yeah, well, Baltimore, I've always shorthanded Baltimore as Baltimore is a heavy cruiser that is armored, and provided with the sufficient power to the standard that all the treaty cruisers were trying to achieve. And the difference between a 10,000-ton limit and the actual displacement of a Baltimore shows you just how much additional work you actually needed to get a fully rounded treaty cruiser type design. But yeah, as Cyclic said, it's like you compare Baltimore to Hipper. Depending on the Hipper variant you use, a lot of them actually outmass the Baltimore, but they have one less gun, worse fire control, worse secondaries, inferior shells, worse armor, slightly slower speed. Yeah.
It's very true. I mean, I did say that that the reason the Hippers, someone asked, said, well, why didn't the Hippers have four triples? I said, for the same reason the Bismarcks didn't have 4 triples. Krupp was physically incapable of making a bloody large gun that didn't have a sideways bloody breech block.
Yeah, which is really dumb considering the Des Moines are sliding breech block guns, but the guys making those were like, but what if we turned it 90 degrees?
Krupp is just incapable of doing that, Drac, you know this.
Oh, I know why. Of course. Prop sliding breech block slide. The horizontal breech block slides open to the 3 o'clock position, And of course, 1930s Germany, you can only go further right.
God damn it.
And with that, I shall bid you good night.
And Drax's last act on this earth is to kill Fleet with laughter. Oh. Oh.
Well
dear.
done. Well done.
Well, Cyclic, now that Draco's gone, we can move on to slightly more modern topics. I do specifically have a question I'd like to ask you, now that you're here.
Alright.
I was discussing with a bunch of different people in another server about when exactly Western tank designs took the lead.
Bring Mo up to voice if he's here.
Oh, is he still here? He is. When exactly Western tank designs...
Give him a sec to...
He's
Yeah.
here.
Yo!
Hi. So,
Western tank design.
So, I was just to give a bit of context before I actually ask the question.
Yeah.
I was discussing in another server when exactly Western tank designs surpassed Soviet/Russian armor. And I said that it was basically when the 120mm gun became...
Which 120?
Smoothball became
Okay.
standard across Abrams and Leopard tanks. When the T-72 and
1985.
T-64, T-80 became no longer things that the 105 couldn't deal with. Became no longer things that Western tanks feared. That was my estimate. And after that point, Western armor basically became superior to Soviet armor in perpetuity until today.
So what I'd say to that is that depends. How are we defining superior, right?
That's always the question, isn't it?
It always is that question.
So for me, it's the fact that Western tanks were more integrated into the battle net. The 120mm was a bonus, but it basically enabled Western tanks to kill any Soviet tank they came across.
That is important.
But it just basically added to the bonuses the Western tanks already had of command and control integration, reliability.
What do you mean by command and control integration?
The radio communications with the other Western forces in the area, the fact that NATO had a unified communications net.
But
So
that's
did the
not
Soviets?
on the tank.
That's not on the tank.
I mean, the Soviets also had, the issue the Soviets had is that they weren't as big on, they didn't push as hard into digital encryption because of their computing issues, but that's neither here nor there. That, they had encrypted radios-ish. It's just, you had to, be on the ball about cryptological tradecraft, which these days they haven't been. But anyway, swapping out the ciphers.
Was I talking out of my arse? Did NATO not have a dramatic
Yes.
advantage over?
Yes.
I mean, what I'll say is that through the end of the Cold War in 1989, when everyone in one sec,
When the Warsaw Pact ceased to be a relevant military unit.
So,
there's
a bunch of nuance here.
Like, I'm more than happy to be proved wrong. That's why I've posed the question, because I'm more than happy to be proved wrong if I'm fucking wrong.
So, I mean, there's a couple things going on. The Soviets and NATO, both through the end of the Cold War, made guns about as powerful as each other's guns. There's a little more growth room in the Rheinmetall 120, but the Soviets were looking at replacing the 2A46. In terms of armor, it's very back and forth. The Soviets and NATO were about even. In terms of the actual projectiles, the Soviets were a bit ahead. And NATO didn't really understand the threat posed by heavy reactive armor until 1993-94 when they got their hands on it. One sec. The Soviets' vehicles were all perfectly fine. The places where they had issues were things like integrating thermal imagers, fire control systems not being quite as advanced. NATO, the problem NATO has is that they have a lot of tanks with the 105, and the 105 is just not. It just doesn't cut it by 1980 or so, in my opinion. People disagree with that, obviously, but I think that the 105 really was tapped out by that point. Certainly fully tapped out when when heavy reactive armor comes online. But
you don't want to be operating a tank with a 105 against a late model T64.
And I would also note that the way Mu is, sure, gunnery officer, but that's not the standard tank in NATO, is it? The broad standard tank in NATO in the late 1980s is still the Leopard 1.
Well, it depends. What I'll say is that there's a lot of Leopard 2s in
the German army.
Allied forces Central Europe. I'll say that the Dutch have a lot of Leopard. Basically, like the whole NATO first, strategic echelon of the layer cake in Germany was almost entirely 120mm armed, with the exception of a bunch of 105 armed Leopard or Abrams in 3-core, and 3-core also had some M60s still kicking around.
Genuine question.
M900, I am very skeptical of the performance against reactive armor. Like, I just don't. I don't. Yeah. Also, I would note that in this terrain in World War II, the average engagement range for a tank was under 1,500 meters, and I believe, or it's something like 90% were under 1,500 meters, and the average range was 750 meters or so. And urbanization had only increased post-war. So,
which is therefore going to bring the average combat range down.
Right. This is. It's sort of goofy that like people are like, oh, the Abrams can shoot things at 4 kilometers, and it's like, okay,
yeah, sure,
well,
what the hell? What is there to shoot at 4?
Well, it's just sort of like there's hills and shit in the way. 4-kilometer sight lines are, you can find them, but it's not as ubiquitous as people seem to make it out to be. At least that's my view.
I'd say the other advantage that NATO tanks have in this period is you're seriously starting to see thermals proliferate.
Thermals is the big one, and tactical mobility is the big one. Like, we've seen in this war that Soviet tanks backing up is somewhat frustrating. And yeah, they don't back up well, and that's not great for them. Yeah, TTS probably. I mean, I don't know. The East Germans still had a lot of T-62s, so like,
and other,
what about British
and like the Poles, the Czechs, they still have a lot of T-55s in service too. Like, but then you have the Hammer that is Soviet reinforcement of group of Soviet forces Germany coming.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a situation where group of Soviet forces Germany, or the Soviet Western Theater forces are probably going to include group of Soviet forces Germany, something like 3 German armies, which is a core NATO equivalent to a NATO corps, a Polish army, an army from the northern group of forces in Poland, a army from the central group of forces in Czechoslovakia, and 2 Czechoslovakian armies. So that's a shitload of forces. That's not great. You don't want to have to fight that. So sure, like, the thing is, like, the tanks were within competence of each other, right? Both sides had tanks that could kill each other. The Abrams is pretty solid at the time. At least the M1A1 with the heavy armor. I don't know if anywhere in Europe at that point, but the IPM1 is solid, and the IPM1 turret on the M1A1 is solid. The original M1 is sketchy as fuck relative to this, but what can you do? It's the Soviet tanks, especially once they get reactive armor, are kind of vulnerable to kinetic penetrators, especially the 120mm guns, but you really kind of have a hard time with anything short of a Maverick penetrating with a single charge heat warhead against Contact 1 on a you're really going to need a tandem, which is not great. So it's not I'd say it's a situation where, like, broadly the tanks are close enough in performance that it doesn't really matter, which is, I know, an unenviable and kind of boring answer, but the big thing that did in Soviet and post-Soviet armor performance is the lack of development in the 90s. Because they had a lot of programs cooking, and then the Soviet Union collapsed and they didn't.
That's fair. That's a fair comment. What about British armor with our open?
British armor has been fucked since MBT-80 was cancelled.
Well, I mean during the era we're talking about, Challenger 1.
Yeah,
That's what he's getting at.
MBT-80 was a
situation.
clean sheet, new generation tank design that died.
Yeah, we suffered a Soviet collapse early.
There's actually a really interesting book called Late Soviet Britain or something. That what was it called? It's called Late Soviet Britain, which I don't. It's a political science analysis work, so it's not arguing like a partisan political thing. It's just looking at why certain countries' governmental systems don't work very well, by comparing and contrasting the UK recently with the Soviet Union in the 80s, which is it's an interesting take. Anyway, neither here nor there. That's MBT-80. It's not scuffed. It's just British, not quite Abrams.
It was gonna have the smoothbore 120, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the most likely gun, I believe. It was. It might have had a 120 rifle. I don't know.
Possibly. So.
I don't get it. Why you would keep that, but yeah.
Yeah, it's probably gonna make you both want to kill me. But I listened to a certain book by a certain author. Sure,
What book by what author?
I'm sure you both may have heard of Tom Clancy's Red Storm Rising.
I'm very familiar with it. I've written papers on it. What's up?
I'd like your opinion.
That's a
on...
concerning statement. I'm intrigued. Sorry, continue.
I'd like your opinion on what he wrote.
I mean, I think the New York Times review from when it came out sums it up pretty well. It is a story of virtuous men and perfect weapons. It is telling that the characters with the most depth and complexity are the Soviets, because the Americans have to be these paradigms of, moral good. It is a very much a product of its time and is perhaps the utmost sort of philosophical or fictional portrayal of the sort of Reagan era ideology of certain parts of the United States at the time. It's deeply flawed. I don't think there's any single part of it that I would consider accurate.
Like this is the thing I wanted to be taken apart. Like,
so a review from the U.S. Army War College, the student at the U.S. Army War College at the time, noted that this was as a not a for student work. It was as a paper for one of the journals. Is one sec. Is that basically if you wanted to design a war so that the NATO would have the best chance of winning, it would look something like what the Soviets do in Red Storm Rising. It's a very silly conflict. There's been dumber Cold War gone hot scenarios, but in terms of like the serious ones, it's very goofy. You know, the whole fuel crisis thing they just made up, which doesn't help anything. What the Soviet Navy does with hunting convoys in the Atlantic just is wrong, and had been known to be wrong in professional literature in the U.S., though this was a matter of some debate. But Gorshkov did write 13, or was it 21? Gorshkov wrote a lot of articles in Morsky Sbornik, which you could get in the U.S. if you could read Russian, which Clancy couldn't, about how they weren't going to hunt convoys in the North Atlantic, and then they never planned to.
A-10 brainlet, in a lot of ways, it's the other way around.
What I'd say, A-10 brainlet, is that Soviet and Western tanks were,
Designed
Soviet
to
tanks
fulfill different roles on different battlefields, and
what
as
else?
such...
No, they filled similar roles on similar battlefields. But what I'll say is that, first of all, there hasn't been a Russian tank designed yet. They're all basically Soviet derivatives. I guess unless you count the Imperial Russian produced Renault FT derivatives.
Oh, God,
But anyway,
this is our tank.
That doesn't
that's
exist.
not
We're not
a
going to talk
tank.
about
It
it.
has wheels. Anyway, it's as much a tank as a Centauro. By the end of World War II, the Soviets' idea of what a medium tank should be is a T-54 with as much frontal armor as a King Tiger. They eventually pared this back a little bit because they realized that you can get away with 100 millimeters at 60 degrees instead of 120 millimeters at 60 degrees. I think that's sort of boneless, but whatever. It had weight issues and reliability problems. You know, so the T-54, right, enters production before 1950. You know, the U.S. is sitting around looking at the Patton series, and you compare like an M26. I guess that's a Pershing, not a Patton, but you compare an M26,
The M47 was a stopgap. It went M26, M46, very
Yeah.
limited M47.
The M46 is just kind of underwhelming compared to a T-54. Like,
Oh, completely.
I don't know.
Completely. I'm not even denying that. That's just...
the T-64 much better than anything NATO had kicking around at the time. The U.S. fucked itself by not following through on its tank programs for decades. So, like, the T-95 medium, competitive with the T-64, didn't enter production, though. The MBT-70, you know, competitive with the contemporary T-64s if it worked properly, though lightly armored, didn't enter production. The M103 is just laughably bad compared to, what do you call it?
T10?
IS-4.
T10M.
What about Conqueror, if we're talking about heavies?
No, I mean, the Western heavies are just giant and bad. You're looking at, you know, a Soviet heavy tank, you know, like a T10M, right, is...
I'll agree with you on M103
It's 52
being bad.
tons.
I'll agree with you with M103 being bad, but Conqueror was close to T10.
It's 15 ton, 11 tons heavier for worse hull armor and worse mobility, and it's also much larger. Also, and having been in one, I can say this with authoritative, you know, backing. The commander's position on Conqueror is not designed for a human being. Or if it is, it's designed for some sort of fucking 3-foot tall hobbit. Like, I am normal height in the US, right? I'm 5'11", you know, what's that, like 180 centimeters, right? I can't, like, it takes minutes, if not longer, to get into the hatch on Conqueror. Like, it's bad. you have to bend your knees backwards to get them underneath the sighting bar. Also, there's you can't see forwards from open protected. It's also, if you close the turret in your hands in the way, you just lose fingers, or the hatch, I should say.
Jesus.
It's not the most dangerous hatch they have. That's STRV 103. The S-Tank's hatch will crush your limbs if you're not careful.
Jesus.
They're just hydraulically sprung.
Ghost, not that much shorter.
People in the 50s were 5'8" on average instead of 5'11". It's not that much shorter, and there were it's a childhood nutrition thing. People were shorter on average, but there were people that were 6 feet tall.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Petch, but the Americans in this case are 100% right.
So here's a picture of me standing on top of the Tank Museum's Conqueror. Also, that 30 caliber machine gun is American.
Where'd you put it?
It's in theater at C-Text chat. It's loading. There we go.
Oh my god, that is a small fucking hatch.
Yeah, I mean, it's slightly wider than shoulder width. I don't know how wide my shoulders are. I haven't measured it in a while, but I'm not the broadest person in the world. I'm not I don't have skinny shoulders. It's a tight fit, not as tight as the S-Tank, which is bizarre ergonomically, but it's there. What I think is more important to note is if you look closely at the vision blocks, you'll note that you can close the hatch and have it be open, so you could hypothetically see forwards over the hatch, or with it open, an open protected position is what that's usually called, except for the fact that the vision blocks are solid metal at the back. You just can't see through them. So there's no way. You have to either have the hatch open and stand up so your head's above the vision blocks, or you're down using the vision blocks. I have another picture that illustrates this better, but it has someone's face in it. The vision blocks are exactly at eye level as well. It's not great.
No, I can imagine not. One thing that before we move on into the question A10 Brian asked about when Western tanks caught up to or came close to Soviet tanks, just to go back to, I know we were talking about Red Storm Rising before, but one thing that shocked me when I was listening to it is they were talking about, a platoon of American armor holding a certain position, and all of the M1s they were talking about were M1 105s, not M1s.
Yeah, because it was written before the M1 with the 120mm gun entered service.
Wow, really?
Yeah, the M1 with the 120mm gun is the M1A1, and that entered service in 1985.
Wasn't Red Storm Rising written in 86?
No, it was published in 86.
Yeah.
They started writing it in... It came out of work starting in 1982.
Because I was listening to it and listening and thinking...
It was written around 84, 85, but...
Because I was listening to, Abrams thinking, yes, these Abrams are going to pop these Russian tanks with their 120s. And I was like, 105? What the
Well,
fuck?
you also got to remember that we didn't know what Soviet tank armor was like, and the CIA's estimates at the time were that, the A1 wasn't a concept. It had been tested and was entering service in 80. It entered production in 1985.
A lot of Russian T-80s get... The thing that sort of disconnected me from the land campaign in Europe was the part where I listened to where I listened to M1s with 105. Just put 105mm rounds to the front of fucking T-80s. I was like, that's not how that works.
It depends on which T-80. They would probably be T-80 slick T-80Bs, and those you might be able to put through the front, depending on the range and the round, and if they've got the up armor plates. Yeah, because the original T-80B frontal hull armor is 60 millimeter high hardness plate, 100 millimeters of glass tech slate, and then 45 millimeters of high hardness armor at 68 degrees. This is not great. The Soviets then started welding up armor plates to it, but I don't know if Clancy was aware of this.
Soviet, Random Idiot, and Moo, Random Idiot, and Cyclic. What's your opinion on the submarine writing in Red Storm Rising of USS Chicago and the battle sheet?
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I read Red Storm Rising when I was like 12 and have forgotten most of it.
I haven't read it in a year or two, so I'm a little shaky. But I believe they used TLAM-D in it, which didn't exist. That's the submunition Tomahawk. That said, it was
apart from that one bit with the submunitions over Soviet air bases. Apart from that.
Oh wait, did they? Wait, hold on. Did they procure that? They might have procured it. I don't know. I think it was fine.
I've listened to it recently. They made a big deal about refitting these Tomahawks with guidance and fitting them with cluster warheads to blow up Soviet.
Yeah, I mean, it was a program that was cooking. But I think the biggest issue is the broadly the whole thing is. The whole strategic situation is the problem, not so much the technical submarine combat. That's fine-ish.
The technical combat is all right. It's just the strategic.
I mean, Clancy didn't know what the Soviets were up to.
No. The strategic.
In terms of like on a technical side.
Yeah.
The information just wasn't public.
Yeah. But the strategic use of Soviet assets are the problem, not the tactical way.
The way that the Soviets are fighting. The problem is more the what the Soviets are doing, not how they're fighting. It's the whole trying to refight the Battle of the Atlantic. The Soviets did not intend to do that at any point after Stalin dies. Also, as far as we can tell.
The invasion of Iceland? Like, what?
Yeah, I mean, invading Iceland doesn't make sense. The only reason it's in there is because that was the only way that the Soviets could close the Atlantic, or could get bombers out over the Atlantic reliably, was closing Iceland to NATO air, and this was what Clancy inferred they wanted to do. But the problem with that is that this inference is reliant on an understanding that the Soviets intended to hunt convoys in the Atlantic, which they never did at this point. What do you mean by DP rounds, Bull Reeves?
Depleted uranium.
Oh, all of the US almost all of the US long rods are depleted uranium, starting with like M735. Sea Lance, I don't think Sea Lance was a cruise missile. I think it's semi-ballistic, but the thought behind that was, hey ho, we might be able to detect a Soviet submarine at 100 kilometers with a pretty rough uncertainty area. 100 nautical miles, 185 kilometers. So what if we just dropped a 250 kiloton nuclear bomb on them? Because that'll kill any submarine within approximately 10,000 yards.
I mean, it will.
Huh?
It will. That's a true statement.
Yeah, I mean, presumably. I'm not privy to the math on...
99% sure it's gonna kill any Soviet.
Let's put it this way. I wouldn't want to be in a submarine within, 6 miles of a 200 kiloton nuclear bomb going off underwater. That would be stressful.
I was annoyed when I was listening to it. Well, I wasn't annoyed, but I was a bit perturbed by the whole destruction of Nimitz and Foch by a Soviet backfire Badger force.
That's entirely possible, but the way they did it was a little weird, and I'll let Moo explain.
You're not going to explain it? I wouldn't mind if you did.
I'm letting Moo explain because he's the one who's studied better sources.
Yeah, so the issue with that isn't so much that they do it. It's, again, Clancy wasn't privy to Soviet tactics. The Soviets didn't really have like I've never seen anything about the Soviets using cruise missiles as decoys. That's something that they could conceivably have done, but I've never seen any like specific confirmation of that. He also doesn't really understand the whole reconnaissance strike complex concept that the Soviets were working on really hard at this time, but no one was writing about that in public literature to a degree that he would be reading. The Soviets were really investing hard in the sort of early versions of what we would now call network-centric warfare, where the fundamental task of or the driving factor behind the combat is not firepower, but it is because there's just a huge amount of firepower available. It's information and moving information efficiently and sensors, rather than just carting up with a bunch of guns. So the whole idea that the Soviets had was to hit hard and hit fast, and to try and land a stupendous amount of anti-ship missiles fired in, like, the regulation was that, like, to pass inspection, your 40 plane regiment had to fire their missiles within 90 seconds of each other to get a passing grade, within 60 seconds of each other to get high marks in combat
Drills?
what do you call it? Drills, yeah. And they basically intended to fire 120 missiles, or rather missiles from 120 planes, which should be carrying anywhere from 1 to 3 missiles each.
That's a
within
large salvo of missiles. That's not anything to sniff
well,
at.
this is to attack This is to attack an entire U.S. carrier battle group and sink it in one. The Soviets estimated 50% chance of sinking the carrier group or disabling the carrier. With expected at least 50% losses to the Soviet force. The Soviets had a very high estimation of the U.S. Navy at this time, and rightly so.
F-14s with bloody $1 million missiles are no joke.
I mean, the F-14s are not a joke. The Soviets plan to attack from multiple angles to split that force and to try and sneak in without giving in a lot of raid warning, though there were certain systems that the US had which could give raid warning from space-based sensors in ways that could cause problems for the Soviets, but only if the Soviets lit their afterburners while they were taking off. So, but also that doesn't tell you where the Soviets are striking from. The US had like 4 Tychos. It was the defense support program.
Yeah. I was reminded when I listened to it that the Tychos, when built, didn't have VLS. They had twin arm with.
So only the first 4, I think, Tychos had
The
twin arms.
But when
after
written,
that they were built. Right.
But when the book was written, all the Tychos he knew of had twin arm with magazine.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Bunker Hill was the first with a VLS, and she was laid down in January of '84. So yeah.
So after the writing would have started.
Yeah, I mean, it was. The book is set in '84 or so. The Tychos never got SM2ER though. I don't think. I don't believe that.
He just calls them nebulous missiles. He doesn't talk about what type
Yeah.
they are.
Also, they only have 68 missiles. Oh wait, no. Wait, is that correct?
It's
in-
96.
Yeah, in the book they say it's 96, but I don't know.
I
if that's
thought
correct
they
or not.
carried Ass Rocket and Harpoon as well to fire off of the Mark 26.
They
I guess you
were
could-
capable of it. Would depend on what they were loaded with.
Yeah, that's fair.
Memory serves.
I'd
could be
assume,
wrong
I'd
on
assume
that.
if you were running a task group to Iceland to reinforce it, and you were possibly expecting backfire attack, you would land your.
That was entirely based on what was at sea at the time and could rendezvous up for that.
Yeah.
So he really shouldn't have said they had 96 SM2s because they wouldn't have. Had
Yeah,
Well,
who knows?
it's fine. You gotta treat it like it's.
Like I'm not
Uh,
saying it's realistic. but
Random
I do-
idiot. That's an entirely different kettle of fish.
Yes.
Like they never actually hit France during Red Storm Rising.
No, I know.
They strike French equipment and troops, but they never cross the French red line. The Warsaw Pact offensive stalls within Germany, and then NATO lands a massive right hook.
Yeah. I think A10, the period where the Soviets had the highest chance of attacking Western Europe and actually winning is, I would argue, sometime around 1980. 1979, 1980. The late 70s are a problem, but the Soviets were not confident that they could avoid NATO nuclear use. But by around 80, 81, they thought it was about 50-50, 60-40 that they could that NATO would not use nuclear weapons. But by 1980 to 81, the Soviet General Staff viewpoint, which again is not, there's more than one view on this within the Soviet Union at the time. The General Staff are simply represent the military's highest level decision making body, and its planning organization. They're equivalent to the Joint Chiefs of Staff in the U.S. They felt that by 1980, 1981, they had there was the appropriate diplomatic and military situation as to make it. They were fairly confident that if war happened, they could prosecute and win a war in Europe. Though they would vociferously never say that they would start one. But if war did happen somehow, they felt that they could win it without nuclear use by either side. The Soviets were very skeptical of the utility of nuclear use starting in the mid-70s. And actually Marshal Ogarkov, who's the chief of the Soviet General Staff from 1976 until 1984, he never in his entire career, in any piece of academic writing he wrote, and the Soviet officers were expected to, not quite publish or perish, but they were expected to be constantly contributing, especially if you were intelligent and wanted to move upwards, to military academic literature. And Ogarkov never in his career, even in the 60s, and he started his military career in the summer or the spring of 1941, he never advocated for the use of nuclear weapons, which is a staggering silence, a deafening silence.
So oddly enough, that's one thing that Tom Clancy actually got right. That the Red Army wouldn't advocate for the use of nuclear weapons, and that when they use nuclear
Well, it wasn't the
No.
Red Army anymore, but yes. They changed the name from Workers and Peasants Red Army to Soviet Ground Forces of the Soviet Army
Sorry,
in
sorry, forgive my
1940s.
forgive my.
It's fine.
ignorance.
It's a nitpick.
Sorry, the Soviet ground forces would never contemplate it, and as I'm sure you may.
That's not quite true. I mean, they would. This is the head of the Soviet. This is like the equivalent of the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff or whatever Tony Radakin's job is right now in the UK, right? His personal view and the policy that he advocated for was that nuclear escalation could not be controlled, and any nuclear use would more or less inevitably lead to a general nuclear exchange, or at least brought with it an unacceptable and uncontrollable risk of escalation to a general exchange that could not be predicted. And so that the utility of nuclear weapons was not in their battlefield application, but as political weapons to deter the adversary's nuclear use and coerce them through the threat of their use without actually desiring to use them. Gunnery officer, no, but I'll get to that.
I'm sorry to say, gentlemen, that I'm gonna have to call my participation in this to an end. I have a lecture at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I have to go at 7:30
Oof.
for that. Yeah, I know, oof indeed. But I'll have to. But I'm more than happy to leave the ramblings up for you. But the live stream portion of this will have to come to an end.
Oh, this is being live streamed?
It is.
Yep.
Ah, man, I should have been getting people to give me tips.
I'll leave the literacy up, but I have to take myself away. Thank you very much, both of you, for joining. I'll leave all three of you to carry on. I will see you all